This is City of
Steve, how
Beaumont.
are
This
you?
is the City Council closed session. And today is Tuesday, November 17, 2020. And I will call this meeting to order at 5 o'clock. Roll call, please, Nicole.
Councilmember White?
Here.
Councilmember Martinez?
Here.
Councilmember Carroll?
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Here.
Mayor Santos?
Here. Do we have any chance of public comment on this, on the closed session? Comment?
I don't have any written comments for closed
Okay.
session.
Okay, let's move on. Okay, City Attorney, Mr. John Pickney, can you read the items for closed session discussion?
Yes, Mayor. Item
Thank
number
you.
1 for closed session discussion by the council is conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Kerry Mendoza. The employee organizations are the Beaumont Police Officers Association and the SEIU. Item number 2 is significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and/or 3 of subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. And that's one case, a dispute with Mozaffar Bakhzad, Hamid Rocknian, and Rosita Rocknian regarding tentative track map 32850.
Very good, thank you. We will go ahead and proceed, and I will adjourn this at 5:01. Thank you.
ready, you can start.
All right. Just gonna check your email real quick.
Plug it in and then you have to click.
Read it off my phone for now.
I'll help get through it too.
Okay, thank you. 0053, a request for Planning Commission consideration of the operation of massage establishment located at 1384 East 6th Street with consideration of an environmental exemption pursuant to CEQA guidelines, section 15301, existing facilities. And can I have a staff report? Well, open the public hearing at 6:04. Am I correct on that?
That's fine, you can open it now.
Okay.
And then we'll hear the
Okay.
staff report.
Okay, staff report. Open the public hearing at 6:04 and the staff report, please.
Good evening, Vice Chairman and Commissioners. On October.
I actually turned it down on there. Oh. So I bet that'll fix it.
That's the speakers on, I feel that speakers is insane.
Owned subject to a conditional use permit. Municipal code also provides for the Planning Commission with the authority to approve, modify, or deny conditional use permits in whole or in part per section 17.02.100.g, subject to the required findings.
Okay. It's on now?
Yes.
Okay. Edgar, we're on. Okay. This is the City Council regular session. We're back. And today is Tuesday, November 17, 2020. And I will call this meeting to order at 6:08. Roll call, please.
Councilmember White,
Here.
Councilmember Martinez,
Here.
Councilmember Carroll,
Here.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Here.
Mayor Santos.
Here. Thank you. City Attorney, Mr. John Pickney, could you read out report from closed session, please? You have to mute.
Can you hear me?
Unmute. There you go. You got it.
Okay.
We're good.
The council met in closed session. Item number 1 was conference with labor negotiators pursuant to Government Code Section 54957.6. City designated representative, City Manager Todd Parton, and Administrative Services Director Carrie Mendoza. The employee organizations discussed were the Beaumont Police Officers Association and the SEIU. There was no reportable action taken in closed session. Item number 2 was significant exposure to litigation pursuant to paragraph 2 and/or 3 subdivision D of Government Code Section 54956.9. And it involved one potential case dispute with Mozaffar Batzad, Hamid Rachnian, and Rosita Rachnian regarding tentative tract map 32850. And there was no reportable action taken on that item either. And that concludes the report out from closed session.
Very good, John. Thank you so much. And what we're going to do is everybody's present, and we will do the Pledge of Allegiance. Ms. Nancy Carroll, would you kindly lead us?
Thank you, Mayor. Please stand, put your right hand over your heart. I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thank you, Council.
Okay. Any approval or adjustment to the agenda or any conflict of interest disclosure? If none, we'll just go ahead and do an announcement recognition by Chief Sean Tillis.
Right here, perfect. Evening, Mayor and Council. So just a quick impromptu, I wanted to introduce Council and the public to 2 new police officers that we had the privilege and the pleasure of hiring. Officer Michael Costa and Officer Derek Kopich. And a brief biography on each officer, starting with Officer Michael Costa. Born here in Southern California, grew up in the Temple City area, and entered the Army at the age of 18. While in the United States Army, Michael was deployed twice, once to Iraq in 2010, and the second time to Afghanistan in 2013. Michael was honorably discharged from the Army as a sergeant in 2014. He was then hired by the Riverside County Sheriff's Department in May of 2015, and in 2017, transferred to the San Bernardino Police Department. Michael and his wife Jessica live in the city of Banning with their 3 children. He enjoys some recreational shooting, off-roading, and spending time with his family. He's excited to come to the Beaumont Police Department to be more involved with the community and to be closer with to home with his family. And to his right is Officer Derek Kopich, who was born in Orange County, grew up in Crestline and then the city of Riverside. Graduated from Mountain High School in Blue Jay, probably a class of 3, maybe 5. Oh. So after graduating high school, Officer Kopich enlisted in the United States Marines, where he became a mechanic for attack helicopters, and he was deployed to both Japan and Iraq. He's honorably discharged from the Marines in 2005 and was later hired by the Riverside Police Department, followed in the footsteps of his stepfather. He's worked as a field training officer, canine agitator, air support unit, and as a tactical flight officer. And now Officer Kopich lives here in the city of Beaumont with his sons and his girlfriend. Enjoys biking, off-roading, boating, and a lot of things to keep them well-balanced. And so, as you can see, we have searched out, is my commitment to this community and to this council, those who have a heart for service. They've served honorably in our armed forces, honorably in their previous departments, and now they're going to hopefully finish their careers here honorably in the city of Beaumont. So I present to you Officer Michael Acosta and Officer Derek Kopich.
Welcome.
Thank you, sir. Thank you. So I just want to say thank you for the opportunity to serve the city of Beaumont, and I'm very happy to be here. So,
Good.
thank you.
Welcome.
Likewise, I wanted to also say thank you for the opportunity and very happy to be here and excited to serve the community.
Very good. Welcome to our family.
Thank you.
Thank you, sir. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Okay. Move on. On the public comments period, items not on the agenda. Due to the current circumstances, we are encouraging members of the public to maintain participation in our meeting by using the following options: email comments, phone-in comments, and in-person, subject to applicable health orders. All of the details for this option can be found in the front of the agenda and will be displayed on your screen throughout the meeting. Do we have a public comments, Nicole?
I have no comments for this portion of the agenda. Was anybody here, were you here to speak, Mr. Miller, on this portion or the later portion of the agenda? Yes. Okay. No comments for this
No
portion.
comment? Okay, very good. So move on the consent calendar. Items on the consent calendar are taken on one action item unless an item is pulled for further discussion here or at the end of action items. Approval of all ordinances and regulations, resolution to be read by title only. Are there any items that need to be pulled for discussion, item 1 to 9 on this? If none, is there any public comment on this? Nicole?
I have no requests for this portion of the agenda. Olivia, do you have anyone on the line?
There are no callers on the line.
Okay, very good. So we move on. I need a motion to approve the consent calendar 1 to 9, please.
Mayor, I'll make a motion to approve the consent calendar items 1 through 9.
I'll second.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Okay, let's go on public hearings, approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Item number 10, hold a public hearing continued from November 3rd, 2020, City Council meeting, and consider the first reading of ordinance to adopt the general plan update, the revised zoning ordinance and zoning map, and adopt a resolution adopting a statement of overriding consideration and certifying the final pier in compliance with CEQA. Staff report, Ms. Taylor. Please share you.
There we go. Am I unmuted now?
Yes.
Okay, great. Let me see here. All right. As you recall, this meeting was continued or is continued from the November 3rd City Council meeting, where we had a presentation and discussion regarding the city's general plan update and the associated environmental documents. At that time, we opened the public hearing and we took public comment, and then we continued the public hearing to tonight's meeting. Since the meeting on November 3rd, staff has received 3 unique calls in regards to the general plan, and we have received 7 individual comments in addition to the ones that were provided the night of the November 3rd meeting. All but one of those comments pertain to the general plan or zoning in some regard on properties, and 1 comment pertained to the CEQA document. Tonight, before you, we have the general plan update consultant team. We have some slides to review with you, not the full presentation like we had last time, but just a few slides to talk about some of the requested zone changes as well as some responses to late comment letters that we received. So what we'd like to do tonight is, first of all, go ahead and open the public hearing and allow for comment to continue to take place. And then staff will go over staff and the consultant team will go over some of the remaining slides with you for discussion. And then we can close the public hearing and entertain the motions that staff has requested.
Very good. Thank you, Christina. Okay, we will go ahead and open the public hearing at 6:19. Any public comment on this, Nicole, please?
I'll go to the phone line first. I have some comments to
Okay.
read. Olivia, do we have anyone on the line?
There are no callers on the line.
Is there anyone in person that would like to speak? Okay, I have comments to read. First one is from Mary Daniel. Council members, looking over the City of Beaumont's general plan, I find much that is worthwhile, and although I see emphasis on growth, at least with this plan, there does seem to be reasonable, responsible approach to that growth, and that is certainly welcome. My primary concern was with the urban village concept that is proposed along Highway 79. However, unless we sell our property, that proposal is moot. So for now, our family will continue to protect that first panoramic view of Beaumont and the beautiful mountains behind it. It is my hope that the general plan will actually be used as the blueprint for the growth in the city. The statement on page 19 states that this document presents the approach to community design and land use, providing clear parameters for future development and change in the city. And again on page 17, it says that the Beaumont general plan will serve to inform residents, developers, decision makers, and other cities of the ground rules for development within the city. If these statements are followed by everyone who sits on city council now and in the future, then the responsible growth that is the general plan promises will be realized. However, if the plan is changed at the whim of every developer and/or property owner who presents a proposal, then unfortunately this document was a waste of time, money, and paper. I hope that does not happen. The state requires that the general plan be reviewed on a regular basis to ensure compliance with its components, and it is the council's responsibilities to make sure this is done. The general plan is clear that citizens need to be involved in city government, and one of the stated goals is that all planning decisions will be transparent and open for all to view and discuss. We are already aware of the results when this transparency is not adhered to, and this must not be allowed to happen again. It will take diligence to ensure that the interested parties have the information they need to be informed. Technology can and should be used to relay this information to the public in a timely manner. A major area of concern for all citizens should be our water supply. There does not seem to be some progress in finally making recycled water available to help alleviate the drain from the Beaumont Basin. This project needs to be finished, and there must be cooperation between the water district and the city to ensure we will continue to have adequate water supplies. Another major area of concern should be the air quality in the pass. We all know that Riverside County has some of the worst air quality in the nation, so every decision about new development must take into consideration. Simply stating that the impacts are significant and unavoidable, and then going ahead with whatever project is presented is not enough anymore. There needs to be significant mitigations for any proposed development, and those must be enforced. This is the City Council's responsibility and must be taken seriously. My final comment is that the general plan is only effective if the people who are pledged to uphold it actually do so. You were elected by the citizens of Beaumont, and those are the people you represent. The Planning Commission and Planning Department are both under your governance and oversight and do not have the authority to approve a project that is your responsibility. If you make sure that all of the development decisions are based on the principles stated in this document, then that will give the residents of Beaumont the assurance that their city really does have a plan. Sincerely, Mary Daniel.
Very good. Thank you, Nicole.
The next one I have is from Cynthia Carr. I'm responding to the proposed zone change from residential single-family to residential traditional neighborhood. I oppose the proposed zone change. This rural area is one of the few areas in Beaumont city boundaries that has maintained open space and large land parcels. I oppose the change of zoning that proposes to allow construction of small lots and condominiums. Multi-unit dwellings are traditionally seen in city centers which allow residents walkable access to grocery markets, shops, and amenities. The end of First Street, which dead ends into a dirt road before entering the county land, does not provide city center amenities to those who would seek a multi-unit dwelling space. Currently, there are only 6 houses on First Street, from California Avenue to Veely Avenue, with a large property owned by the former Beaumont Garden Center at the end of the street. My family has lived on this property since my dad, who is now 75, was a small child. It has always been rural with agricultural, livestock, and horse property and continues to be so, with the accompanying rural odors. As much of Beaumont's former open space now sprouts large tract housing developments, native animals seek solace to the south side. Hawks nest and breed on our property, coyotes dwell and hunt in the land. To replace that land with the small lots and multi-unit dwelling would further diminish native animal resources. As a longtime resident of Beaumont, I am keenly interested in the city's growth. I serve as president of the Beaumont Library District Board of Trustees and have taught in Beaumont Unified School District for 20 years. My stake in the community and what it provides its citizens is of utmost importance. This proposed zone change is not the benefit of the community. I implore Beaumont City Council members to recognize the history of the area and the concerns of longtime and current residents of First Street and vote no on the proposed zone change.
Okay, good.
Next is from Daryl and Alice Carr. It is the same letter as the previous one that I read, so I'm not going to reread it, but it echoes the same points. It's an exact copy. And this is from Marcia Pastilli. To whom it may concern, I am responding to a letter received regarding the proposed zone change from residential, single-family residential to traditional neighborhood. I was told by city staff this zone change would allow for housing with smaller lot sizes and/or possibly condos. The properties south of First Street are supposed to be rural residential agricultural. The city of Beaumont should be concerned with maintaining the rural areas of Beaumont. Our city abuts Banning on the east and Cherry Valley on the north. There is currently high-density housing being built on the west side of Beaumont. Furthermore, there is Four Seasons on the south side of East First Street. If this change is approved, there will be no rural areas in Beaumont. A storage facility is currently under construction on the south side of First Street, which has really obstructed our views to the east and has forever changed our rural landscape. I can no longer see Mount David and the rolling hills when walking, driving, or riding my bike on West First Street. My family has owned this property since 1946, and 5 of the 6 houses on West First Street belong to members of my family. As a longtime resident of Beaumont, I am opposed to this zone change for the following reasons. West First Street is already being inundated with traffic. While walking my dog, I counted 100 vehicles in 30 minutes. Some cars race down the street and fail to adhere to the stop sign at First and Beeley. Poor air quality from hundreds of trucks and cars each day. We do not need more traffic or pollution. Beaumont should be concerned with maintaining the rural areas. There have been tremendous growth in the last 13 years with numerous housing, commercial, industrial developments gobbling up our open spaces. The county area on the south side of Beaumont was designated as a wildlife corridor. I have seen coyotes many times crossing First Street, heading across the open fields on the north and south side of the same property of the proposed zone change. There is a creek on the north side of First Street and Cooper's Creek on the south side, which sustains the wildlife. There is a coyote family that lives in the old dairy pond. I hear them howling at night. This pond and Cooper's Creek are adjacent to the area being proposed for this zone change. The south side of First Street would be better suited to rural residential with 5 to 10 acre lots for horse property. The house to the west of me has been a long-time horse property. Therefore, I implore the city of Beaumont to reconsider the proposed zone change instead, preserve the rural areas of our beautiful city. Sincerely, Marcia Pastilli. I have no other written comments.
Very good. Thank you. If there's no other public comment, I will just go ahead and close it, and then so we will have a council discussion on this. So I'll close it at 6:29, and now it's open for council discussion. Council? Todd?
Mayor, we do need to have Ms. Taylor provide some additional information to you with regard to a response to some zoning comments that came into you.
Okay, that's very good. Go ahead.
Thank you, Mr.
Christina,
Parton.
you there?
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome.
At this time, I'm going to turn it over to the consultant team who has prepared the slides that we'll discuss, that'll provide you some additional information, as Mr. Parton said, regarding to one of the late letters that we received. And then we can also speak to some of the requests for zoning that pertain to some of the comments that you heard this evening if council chooses to hear that information. So I'm not sure, Simran or Cheryl, which one of you would like to share the slideshow, but you're welcome to do so when you're ready.
Simran will be sharing the slideshow, but I'll go ahead and start with some of the other comments until we get to the one with the slides. So as indicated in the staff report, there were some letters that were received after the close of the public review period. Those were provided as part of the final EIR. On November 3rd, there was a late comment letter received from the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters. Responses to that letter have been prepared and are included in the agenda packet. There was also a comment read into the record, which was also included in the agenda packet. We received a second late comment letter from the Southwest Regional Council of Carpenters, which staff has provided to you, along with the table that shows the second letter is largely identical to the first letter, although they did include some new comments. We have provided you with written responses to those comments, but we do want to briefly provide those to you orally as well. So the first new comment is comment C5. Actually, I'm sorry, it's comment C6, and that comment credentials a peer reviewer they had for a traffic study. The next new comments I want to talk about are response C-15 and C-17. These comments request that the city requires new development projects to incorporate mitigation for operation and construction if significant greenhouse gas and/or air quality impacts are identified. This comment also provides a very long list of mitigation measures and requests that those be included in the general plan. The city does require development projects to incorporate mitigation measures. That's part of the development review process, and that process will continue with under the new general plan in compliance with CEQA. Any specific project mitigations are more appropriately identified for a specific project and developed at that time. And the list of mitigation measures provided, because the general plan is a policy document, it's not really appropriate to include those in the plan at this time. The next new comment is comment C. I'd like to take you to comment C18. And this is a comment that has a very lengthy several-page list of existing regulations and a request that those regulations be considered. Well, projects have to follow whatever regulatory scheme is in effect at the time. They'll be required to comply with that. So there's no need to discuss that further in the general plan or to consider that further in the EIR.
Cheryl,
Yes.
I'm going to jump in real quick.
Sure.
I just realized that due to the timing in when the response to comments was prepared, it was emailed out to council electronically, just like all the other agenda materials are. But they were likely in closed session when that came through, so I'm not sure if any of them have had the chance yet to see what exactly you're talking about. So I just wanted to clarify that for both council and you guys.
So what would your recommendation be? Just kind of keep on? Or?
I think you can keep going through. I just wanted you to
be aware
of that.
Sure. Another one of the new comments is comment C19. And this comment has a list of greenhouse gas reduction strategies from the Ventura County General Plan. It was offered up as measures to be incorporated in the EIR and the general plan. These do not need to be incorporated or further considered in either the general plan or the EIR because, one, we will be evaluating impacts from specific projects as those specific projects are included, and two, those policies as applicable to the city have already been rolled into your general plan. The next new comment has to do with the VMT analysis. So at this point, I'm going to turn it to Simran and Jason.
Yeah, so thank you very much for having me here. So as it relates to VMT and the new comment letter that we got back, received, I did just want to provide some information to council as it relates to the VMT analysis that was completed for the project. This is all information that was provided in the traffic study completed by for the general plan and was then incorporated into the environmental document for the project. So this table, what you're seeing here is a summary of vehicle miles traveled, and then we actually normalize vehicle miles traveled per service population or per person to help provide basically a metric of mobility efficiency. And the less VMT traveled per person, the better it is from an environmental perspective. So we've provided a variety of information here from the city of Beaumont, where the city limits currently are, the sphere of influence, as well as what the total area for the city plus the sphere of influence. And then at the very bottom, what you can see is we've benchmarked the city against the WRCOG region, Western Riverside Council of Governments region. And what we're seeing is that although the project is increasing VMT, and you can see out at the general plan build out horizon, that 29.7 number being the general plan VMT, it is increasing from the city's current number of 24.4 under the 2016 base year, or 25.6 under 2018 conditions. But it still does it is performing much better than the WRCOG region. Next slide, please. We summarize this here just to give a better sense of what the change is with the project. And again, what you're seeing is that in general, the city, current city limits is projected to increase VMT per service population by about 16%. The sphere of influence on the other side goes down by 11%, but the overall influence within the city is that we are projecting a VMT increase per service population or persons plus employees of about 14% within the city. Before we go to the next slide, I do want to stress the fact that VMT is an output of the general plan process. So typically we look at goals, values of the city. Land use comes out of those goals and values, as does our mobility network. And VMT ends up being the product of all the decisions made through the general plan process that represent the goals and values of the community. So I do want to make that little nuance is that this isn't an input into the general plan, but it's actually an output of what we heard from the community. So next slide, Simran, or whoever's controlling it. The other thing that we looked at was also how does the Beaumont general plan change compared to what we called the no build scenario, or essentially this is SCAG's projected land use in the city of Beaumont in 2040, which should generally be a reflection of your existing general plan. And what you see is some pretty significant changes from what SCAG projected or what your existing general plan would yield on a VMT per service population basis versus the existing general plan. So some pretty significant reductions, 51% if we're comparing that plan to plan just within the city. The sphere of influence changes significantly. And overall, this general plan does improve VMT per person by 75% compared to the previous general plan. So some pretty marked improvements relative to the efficiency of travel in the city as it relates to the general plan. Next slide. The other thing that we thought was useful to present to decision makers is where Beaumont and where we're projecting Beaumont to fall in that 2040 or that future year analysis to some of, I don't want to call them your peer cities, but we'll call them nearby cities in Riverside County. So you can see that 29.7 number as far as what we were estimating for city of Beaumont with implementation of this general plan. Again, that 33.6 is the Western Riverside County region, which are below. But then Banning, Calamasa, San Jacinto, all nearby jurisdictions that you're performing much better than, relatively speaking, not quite as good as Moreno Valley, and just behind Hemet. So we thought that was a good comparison just to give you some perspective of where the city of Beaumont falls relative to some of your nearby jurisdictions. So we just want to provide that information. Again, we got a comment about VMT and it increasing, so we want to provide that information for your for your information. Next slide.
Jason, I think that's it on the VMT.
Yeah, I think it's back to me, but do leave this slide up.
Okay.
In addition to the comments regarding the VMT, the commenter asserted that the EIR failed to evaluate an appropriate range of alternatives. The draft PEIR did evaluate a range of reasonable and feasible alternative. CEQA does not require every conceivable alternative or multiple variations of alternatives be evaluated. And in selecting the alternatives for evaluation, you look at alternatives that could lessen or avoid potentially significant impacts, but those alternatives also have to be consistent with the objectives of the project. So, you know, an infeasible alternative does not have to be considered. And finally, well, almost finally, we had a new comment that stated the project was inconsistent with Connect SoCal, the Connect SoCal plan, which is the next, the 2045 Regional Transportation Plan Sustainable Community Strategy, RTPSCS, prepared by SCAG, because the VMT went up from what the existing scenario is. But this Connect SoCal plan, it presents strategies and tools And one of the objectives is to reduce VMT at the regional level. So I do want to point out, if we look at the WRCOG region, the general plan update VMT per service population is below what the WRCOG region is. So even though the implementation of the plan increases VMT over your existing condition, it is lower than what the region would be. So that is consistent with the objectives of that plan. The final comment would be that for all of the reasons that we set forth in the responses to late comment letter A and the responses to late comment letter C, there have been no new environmental issues impact that would require recirculation of the draft EIR pursuant to CEQA. So that concludes my comments on late comment letter C.
Okay, Christina, go ahead.
Sorry, I was muted. I was just inquiring, is there any questions or discussion at this point, or shall we continue?
Are you asking about discussions about what we've just listened to?
Yes, did you have any additional questions about the information that was provided?
No, I don't.
Okay, go ahead, Christina.
Okay, thank you. So I believe the next thing that we would like to do is just review the request for zoning changes that have been received as part of this general plan update. Most of these you have seen at the November 3rd meeting, but there have been a few additional requests in a particular area that I think would be beneficial to provide that information to council. So Simran will go ahead and man the slides and provide some information on this again.
This is the first area, and this was one we discussed last on November 3rd as well. Christina, do you want me to walk through these, or would you like to?
Yeah, you can go ahead and walk through, because most of these I think we've discussed already. So I think we can go quickly through these.
Okay. So this first zoning change is in the downtown area. If you recall, this is Highland Springs here, 6th Street here, and this property is next to Xenia along here. And the current zoning there is central general commercial, and the downtown zoning for it is local commercial. As you can see on the map on the bottom right, in the pink on either side, both to the west and to the north, there is the 6th Street mixed-use designation, and the owner is requesting to transition to that zone in order to be consistent with what's across the street, and also to allow for more flexibility. And the recommendation here is to make the change in both zoning and the general plan map. The next zone change recommendation is just further down to the west on 6th Street, and this is a current property with self-storage on it. The owner request there is to maintain the general commercial designation. Self-storage facilities are no longer permitted in downtown. Any such existing uses would continue as existing non-conforming, with all the limitations that accompany non-conforming uses. So the recommendation here is to not approve this change, given that this use is not consistent with the vision for downtown. The next zoning change request is with the McDonald's on Beaumont Avenue, and 5th Street, and we discussed this last time as well. This is related to clarifying non-conforming provisions so that they can make modifications to the driveway which impact safety concerns with exiting and egress and ingress at the driveway location on Beaumont Avenue. Staff recommends making that clarification. This zone change is also within downtown, and we discussed this on November 3rd as well. This is related to several properties along Beaumont Avenue. The property owner requests that the current zoning designation, which is the Beaumont Avenue overlay, be retained. Beaumont Avenue overlay zone is being eliminated, and it's being replaced by a Beaumont mixed-use designation, which is in general consistent with what the Beaumont Avenue overlay allows. So the property along Beaumont Avenue, which is this one which fronts Beaumont Avenue, there is no consequential change there except for a name change. The two sets of properties further to the back, or one property off, both would now be residential single-family zones. That's the proposed zone, and that is proposed to be consistent with what is already there in those two blocks. So to the north and the south of those properties, we have single-family residential, and the RSF designation will continue that. So the recommendation here is not to make the requested change. This change is related to commercial manufacturing designation, which is also being eliminated. The properties which have that designation are fairly small, and this area is not really conducive to commercial or manufacturing uses with the current lot configurations that are in existence. So this area is being redesignated as downtown mixed use, and staff recommends continuing with that designation. Again, another request that we presented last time is tied in with allowing RV dealership and repair uses in the urban village zone. This is along Highway 60, and the staff recommends not allowing that given the intent of the urban village zone. These properties, there are several changes on this, so I apologize for the slides, and I'll get into more detail on the next slide. There are several properties in this area in the southern part of the city where there are existing, actually these are more useful, easier to see here. The image on the left shows the current zoning, and on the right shows the proposed zoning. The first set of changes are tied to the upper red box here, these properties. There's two different requests there for those properties to be retained as manufacturing. And we concur with that request, given that those are existing viable businesses and those can continue uninterrupted. The second set of requests are tied to the properties here on the south side. There's this L-shaped two lots, one on the north here, and then this larger lot on the south. The current zoning for the upper piece, the panhandle, is manufacturing, and then the lower is rural residential. The overall vision for this area in the south is for the traditional neighborhood designation and neighborhood zone, which allows for the creation of a larger residential neighborhood that has walkable, a grid pattern. It's more walkable with a smaller block size. And the recommendation here is to continue with the continue with the traditional neighborhood designation for the south property, the one which is labeled RR here, but allow for the upper panhandle to continue as industrial. This is also where the two letters that were read into the record today are related. This is the one property along First Street where the request is to maintain the rural residential zoning. And then the second property, which is just to the east, I believe it's to the west of this property, which also made the same request. And I can go back to this diagram, which shows what the recommendations are. And I think that's all the 8 requests that were made.
Thank you, Simran. Council, are there any questions regarding the proposed request for zone changes?
Council, go ahead, Council White.
Yeah, I have some questions regarding the last slide and the comments that were read at the beginning of the public hearing. So if you could bring up that last slide, I would appreciate it. So the area just to the east of the, actually the slide before is the one I was looking for. So the area that's just to the east of where you have the RR, what is that zoned for?
The area directly to the east of that is in the sphere.
Right there, yes.
Yeah, that's currently in the sphere, so county zoning applies. But in the general plan, the sphere is within the city's planning area, and the general plan considers a traditional neighborhood designation for that area. I can pull up the general plan map.
So you're saying that the county designation for that zoning is traditional neighborhood?
So, no, the county zoning for the sphere there is the 1 acre lot rural residential. The general plan envisions that if this area was annexed into the city, it would have the traditional neighborhood designation, which is shown in this pale yellow here. So those properties are right here.
I guess I'm confused. The area that is under question, that where you have the RR on that one slide, is inside of the city of Beaumont or not?
That is inside the city of Beaumont.
But just to the west of it is county, and you're saying that if that were to be annexed into the city, that would also fall under the traditional or TN?
Neighborhood, that's right.
And what is the argument in what it would be the downside of leaving that, that one sort of piece that's jutting out to rural residential? What's the problem with doing that?
Councilmember White, are you referring to just the large square at the very south end?
Yes. Where the RR is, just south of First Street at the end of First Street?
Sure.
So I just want to know why we would hold to that. What's the downside if we leave it as RR?
The downside in our mind is you're beginning to create a fragmented pattern of land uses. You end up with a small pocket of rural residential here, if this stays as rural residential, and then around it you have the traditional neighborhood, and then if you don't have enough concentration of various uses, then it's more challenging to create a neighborhood and have enough of development there to make for a cohesive neighborhood and all the supporting facilities that would go with it.
Then what would be the argument for keeping I guess the blue is industrial, is that correct? Surrounding
That's right.
The traditional neighborhood. I mean, isn't that fragmenting as well?
Well, the blue is contiguous with the with the industrial uses, the manufacturing uses above, and so yes, this could either all stay the way the proposed zoning shows in the right map. It could all continue to be traditional neighborhood. That property is, I think, less crucial to the creation of the traditional neighborhood designation than the south property, which is labeled RR.
But
Right,
why,
those-
but why
Those
in the,
properties are segmented essentially by Veely Avenue, so again, going either way, I think would, I mean, they could go either way, like Simran said.
but I'm asking that area where the upper red arrow is pointing, which is blue, and you're suggesting that we leave that industrial. Isn't that fragmenting that area?
I don't think it's fragmenting it in the sense that it is adjacent to other manufacturing. So the blue area to the north of it, it touches the manufacturing as well. So it provides that a whole continuous line essentially from those parcels all the way up. And because it is separated from the rest of residential being on the west side of Veely Avenue versus immediately adjacent, not separated by the street, I think it provides a different, like Simran said, it's not as crucial to the development or I guess if the neighborhood develops out, the maintenance of that neighborhood.
So
But it could go either way. In the original proposal, it is, as you can see on the proposed zoning, slated to go neighborhood commercial. I'm sorry, traditional.
Which leads to my next question. If it was originally zoned to be traditional neighborhood with the other two larger pieces that are moving from rural residential to traditional neighborhood, why did you change your mind on that piece?
So, go ahead, Simran.
And sorry, I would also note that this area, which is in the sphere right now, doesn't have a color on it, the designation in the general plan for that is also industrial or manufacturing. So when we looked at this request, we looked at this entire area continuing to stay as manufacturing. So this parcel, given it was on the edge of that manufacturing area, it could go either way. And given that the current zoning was industrial and there's a project being proposed there, I don't believe they have filed yet, but there's a project being considered on that property. We think it can go in either stay as traditional neighborhood or go to manufacturing. It's less critical for the creation of the traditional neighborhood designation.
And then my last question is, what are the lot descriptions and I guess the population for traditional neighborhood? I mean, we're going from, right now they're 5 to 10 acre lots, correct?
The rural residential today is 1 acre lot.
1 acre.
Yes.
And what will
the traditional neighborhood has an average of 8 units to the acre.
Okay, thank you.
Okay, hold on. I think I thought I
Okay.
want to share something, and then
Sure.
will be Mayor time for Mike.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. And I would draw council's attention to page 439 of your packet. That gives you really a larger scale map of the future land use plan. And if you look at that plan, what that shows you is the 60 corridor. It shows you where the Pachero extension would come down. So where you see that blue is 4th Street, it's Pachero. It is where you've got major thoroughfare sections coming through, where you've got planned entitled projects, where you've got existing land uses, where you have industrial there. And if you come down to the center of the city, where you have Beaumont Avenue and the I-10 section, you see the core of the city there. So you see the commercial, you see the mixed use. And then if you look at 79 coming down, you see the extension of commercial and higher intensity land uses coming down. So what the traditional neighborhood section does, if you come west of 79, it's transitioning you from higher density commercial and industrial development into lower density single-family residential development. So that's why we have that core area. It's an area of transition from commercial and industrial to low-density residential. So what that designation does, it sets the maximum density that could occur on that property, not what has to happen. But if somebody were to take these properties, assemble them, and try to do something, they would have the right to develop them according to the policies that we have established in the plan. So it doesn't mandate what has to happen. It creates the opportunity that for maximum intensity that could happen in that area. But it's a transitionary area because we are trying to transition from the major corridors of land intensity to lower single-family residential and rural residential uses kind of coming down. So that's why it's there. And then our roadway section, our mobility section, if you look on page 453, you'll see where that mobility plan provides for thoroughfare connections and connectivity and how it creates some of those buffers between the land uses that we're transitioning down.
Very good. Thank you. Council?
Yeah, can we go back to that slide that Councilmember White was referring to? I just want to make sure I'm clear because I think I'm a little confused on that. So what we're doing is we've got on the left under current zoning, that blue spot is currently manufacturing, correct?
Mm-hmm. Correct.
Correct.
And what we're proposing to do right now is to move that all into traditional neighborhoods. So we're going to change it from manufacturing in that whole L-shaped area then to traditional neighborhood. Is that correct? So we're getting rid of the manufacturing on the north side of First Street, basically, in essence. Or am I
Correct.
misunderstanding that?
Yes.
Yeah, I thought we were keeping that one little piece.
No, the one little piece goes away, it becomes traditional neighborhood, which I think is better, and I think that's what you were after too, if I'm not mistaken.
So the reason you have the slide looking the way it is the current zoning shows manufacturing in the panhandle part and rural
Yes.
residential in the big square.
Right.
What staff had originally proposed was the traditional neighborhood as you see it on the exhibit on the right. The property owner had requested to have the whole area outlined in red changed over to manufacturing. That's what they wanted, which is why you have the slide before you, because we're going through all the requests for zoning changes. Staff did not feel, and I think Councilmember Law, if I recall correctly, at the last meeting, that there were some concerns with changing the big rural residential piece into manufacturing, because then we create somewhat of an island of that, the remaining rural residential. However, as Simran had explained earlier, leaving the top portion as manufacturing didn't give us as much heartburn. So that's why we have it shown to you the way we have it up there. Because in order for it to move forward in any particular direction, we would need council to, to either concur with staff's request or tell us a different direction that you would be more comfortable with going.
So if I understand what I'm looking at, then we're going to have manufacturing, the blue manufacturing in the panhandle will stay as manufacturing, and it's going to be sandwiched between two residential uses, correct? Because
Correct. That's right.
What's in the county right now appears to be based on the aerial is a residential use. You're saying that that's actually zoned commercial. Do I understand that correctly?
It's residential in the county, but the city's general plan for annexation purposes, I believe, has it designated as manufacturing. So if any of that were ever to be annexed into the city, the general plan designation that would be applied to that area would be manufacturing.
Okay, so then your manufacturing would go from where it is on the far, I guess that's far west where the M is that?
Yes, sir. Correct.
So if that county section were to be incorporated, manufacturing would go then all the way over to, what is it, Zealy? Or what is it? Okay. So those houses that are there would then become pre-existing non-conforming for manufacturing zone if we were to incorporate that.
Yes, sir. That's correct.
Okay. So then the buffer is going to end up being Zealy between, so you're going to have traditional neighborhood at the bottom of the panhandle portion, and then up toward the east, you'll maintain your residential, your traditional neighborhood. And then it'll go back to manufacturing as you head towards 79. Have I completely confused everybody?
No, looks like you read the map correctly.
Okay, all right. So you can't get around that sandwich piece of traditional neighborhood, which is to the east of that panhandle, correct? They're stuck there.
Yes.
Okay.
Are you talking about the part that's outside of the county?
No, what I'm talking about is which will basically become traditional neighborhood to the east of the panhandle.
Got it.
Towards 79.
Yeah, the two blocks in there towards Beaumont Avenue.
So in essence, what you end up with is manufacturing is going to come from the west to Zealy and stop, and then you'll have residential going east, and then it'll stop at manufacturing before you get to 79. You've just basically, there's going to be a pocket of traditional neighborhood right there. That make sense?
Yeah, I'm looking at the bigger picture that Todd, my question was answered in your comments, which was why we decided to leave that one area, the panhandle manufacturing, was actually due to a request from the owner of the property. That's what I was trying to figure out when I asked that question earlier.
Okay. Well, and it's clear to me now what's going on, so that fits better with my understanding as well. Thank you.
Okay. Question, council? You're fine? You're fine?
Mayor, I do have a caller on the line.
Okay, go ahead then.
If you want to take it, you would
Yes,
have
I mean,
to,
why don't we do that? I mean,
you would have to reopen the public hearing.
okay, I will reopen the public comment at 7:10.
Olivia, do you want to send the caller through?
Yeah, just give me one moment.
Can you hear us? Yes, this is Greg. Let me change the volume. Let me try that one more time. Can you hear us okay?
Yeah, this is Greg Lansing.
Okay, go ahead.
Good evening, Council and Mayor. This is Greg Lansing with Lansing Companies.
Hello. Go ahead.
Appreciate the time. So, in short, I'll try to be brief, but we're the proponents of that kind of L-shaped parcel that you're referring to. And on the parcels, we've been working with staff for a while, and we had staff support for the whole thing to go industrial, which is our plan. We also believe that was adopted with the Planning Commission with a 5-0 vote. So now we're kind of getting a setback here. So I'm concerned about that. We do a lot of this type of development, and we've brought a lot of really good tenants and users, manufacturers, assembly, a lot of e-commerce to some of the other cities in the Inland Empire, and that's what we're looking to do here. This site is adjacent to industrial, as you saw. The fact that the site has some constraints, and I sent a packet in, and we worked with Christina Taylor on this. but the site has some constraints that would create a very difficult situation for residential. On the east side of the 40-acre parcel, the south piece, there's an earthquake fault line, and obviously that's not very conducive to residential. On the west side, there's some major power lines, metal pole type, so those are not very beneficial to residential. So we've put this industrial in here for a reason, and we think it is very consistent. I know that there was some mention of some of the rural residential in the region, and we sent a packet in to Ms. Taylor. I think she has it. I don't know if she's turned that over, but it shows a lot of non-conforming uses on those, such as the nursery, and then some of the houses to the west and to the east. There's kind of car yards and towing yards and these kind of things. So, we think what we're planning would be very beneficial to the city from an employment standpoint, revenue standpoint, and would certainly be an upgrade, in our opinion, obviously. So we would respectfully ask again that we go back to what we had proposed, which is the manufacturing industrial for the entire parcel, which is the roughly 10 acres up at the north and roughly 40 acres at the south.
Okay.
Thank you.
Any questions of me before I?
Questions?
I have just one.
Go ahead.
So you're indicating that you have an approved conditional use for that property now?
No, I didn't. I certainly didn't mean to mislead that. We have the 10 acres is industrial right now. So to go to neighborhood would be a down zone, which we certainly would not like that at all. And we've created a site plan that we have submitted, not formally, but we've sent that to Christina Taylor in our packet, which shows 380,000 foot building and then 3 buildings of roughly 60 to 80,000 feet, that we would like to develop there. And so we think that's much big benefit. And like I said, there's some serious constraints to the site that make it more conducive to what we're proposing there. And as you pointed out, everything going west in the county is designated industrial going forward as well. So that would be, an adjacent land use there as well.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure I was clear. I thought I understood that you had an approval 5-0 for that use in that property, but you don't.
No, I'm referring to the Planning Commission hearing that was held in regards to the general plan update. In the prior application of the general plan, it showed by staff's recommendation that our entire parcel go industrial, and that's what was adopted with the last Planning Commission, and then it went to council here recently.
Okay, thank you for the clarification.
Very good.
All right.
Let me,
Hold
if I
on,
can
Greg.
clarify for council.
Yes.
What he's speaking to, the 5-0, was the original requests that were presented at Planning Commission, which Planning Commission does not approve, but they forwarded to council for your action. Since then, we have refined our recommendations based on comments and further consideration. In addition, the project that Mr. Lansing is referring to, what I have seen proposed by Mr. Lansing was just what was sent in as part of the comment to this general plan update. And I believe it has been forwarded on to you guys again, probably in the same context as some of the other comments, and you may not have had a chance to look at it. It has not undergone any preliminary application review nor any formal review of any kind.
That's correct.
Thank you.
Very good. Hold on. Council White has a question.
Mr. Lansing, we're referring to the north portion of that. I think you referred to it as the 10-acre piece as the panhandle. And right now, it looks like the staff's recommendation is to keep the panhandle in the zoning that you requested, or that you would prefer. You mentioned the other 40 acres as something that you thought should remain also as the original, manufacturing. Are you a property owner in the other 40 acres?
No, we have the option to purchase it, and we have the owner's consent to do what we're doing and move forward. And so, yeah, we see that as I said, that site has a lot of constraints that are going to make it a very difficult and ugly residential site.
Okay, thank you. That's the clarification I needed.
Very good. Thank you, Greg.
Thank you, folks. Night.
You're welcome. Thank you.
I do have another caller on the line.
Go ahead.
I'm
and
clarifying
since
with
we're still open.
Olivia. Technically, it's Miss Pastilli. Olivia's letting her know that we technically already read her comment into the record, so this would be a second time of her speaking, per se.
Okay.
So that would be up to your discretion whether you would allow it or not.
Why don't we go ahead and do it? I mean, since we're open.
Okay. Olivia, do you want to go ahead and send her in?
Yeah, just give me one moment.
Miss Pastilli, can you hear us?
Yes,
Okay, you're on the line. Go ahead.
thank you. Hi, my name's Marcia Pastilli. I had written a letter earlier, but in listening... Yes. Okay. I had written my name's Marcia Pastilli. I had written a letter earlier.
Miss Pastilli, you'll have to mute your live stream in the background. It's causing a loop and echo.
I had written
I think she cannot hear you too.
Okay. All right. Thank you. Okay. I had written, as you heard, I'd written a letter earlier in regards to a letter I received about the proposed change to traditional family. And in listening to this person on the live stream, he wants to change it to manufacturing or industrial. So that means we would have the storage unit to the east of us and another manufacturing place to the west of us. And my question is, what kind of manufacturing is this? And as I mentioned in my letter, this Cooper Creek that runs back here for the wildlife, what is that going to do to that, sustaining this wildlife? Are they going to be destroying that creek when they put their manufacturing in? Is there going to be waste running into this creek? So what kind of manufacturing is this that they're talking about putting in?
Very good, Marcia. Christina, do you want to answer on that?
Sure. And all I can say is just reiterate what I said earlier. Staff has not received a formal application or a proposal for any of those properties. So I would not be able to speak specifically to the uses that Mr. Lansing or his group are proposing. However, what I can say is if the manufacturing is left as is, or if any other property down in that area was changed to manufacturing, then the uses that are either permitted or conditionally permitted in the zoning code would then could be considered for those properties. And it's a wide range of uses that could take place. Additionally, I can say that each individual project that would be proposed would be subject to CEQA review. So they would have to prepare the proper environmental documentation, including biological, hydrology, any of the other relevant and required sections in an EIR that would have to be considered for a project in that area or for a project of any specific nature. So it's not, it's more of a general answer than a specific answer because we don't have a project at that particular location at this time.
Well, as I had mentioned in my letter, the county has designated Mount Davis, as a wildlife corridor, and I believe that creek is part of that wildlife corridor. So if they are putting manufacturing back there, then that is going to affect, or it should be taken into consideration what they put there as far as manufacturing. So and the traditional family housing behind us, we don't need, like I said, more traffic. We already have enough traffic on the street. The dead ends here, I don't know if it's going to end up being extended into Potrero Boulevard, how far Potrero Boulevard is going to go back. But my desire is for this to remain rural, residential, agricultural. We don't need more housing.
Okay, hold on, Marcia, and Mayor Pro Tempore has to say something. Go ahead, Mike.
Christina, the caller mentioned a concern in regards to manufacturing runoff potentially damaging the creek, but as I understand it, water quality mandates through the state would prohibit and require all and any runoff to be maintained on site, correct?
Yes, sir, that is correct.
Okay, thank you.
Yeah. Additionally, if there is anything environmentally sensitive anywhere remotely in the vicinity or on that property, RCA may be required as well as CDFW or U.S. Fish and Wildlife, depending on, again, what's identified there and whose jurisdiction it falls under. They would be entitled to weigh in and require any type of variety of mitigation. So there are some stop gaps that would be implemented through the CEQA process.
Thank you.
My other concern is the height. The storage facility they just built to the east of us, or in the process of building to the east of us, has blocked our view of the mountain. So we have another manufacturer that builds a tall building, which most of them are, then it's going to block our view to the west. So I totally disagree with manufacturing. I totally disagree with traditional family housing. It needs to remain rural residential.
Okay, very good. Thank you so much. And
welcome.
Is there anybody else?
There's another person that had written a letter, he said, but it wasn't read during the comments when you were reading the letters. His name is Joe Warren. His mother lives to the east or the west of us, and she's the one that has the horse property, and that horse property has been there probably 100 years, at least. So I don't know if, I think they were waiting on the phone. I don't know what happened to them.
Okay,
So
we'll just
hopefully they will
check
call back in.
our internet right now.
Okay,
On
thank
this,
you.
I did receive
Stilly?
an email from Mr. Warren. He did not request that it be read into the record.
Okay.
And so I did respond to Mr. Warren and let him know that his comment was noted and will be included as part of the overall record
All
for the
right.
general plan. But Ms. Pastilli did speak correctly. Mr. Warren did comment that his mom is not in favor of changing the zoning from rural residential, and she is in that same area.
Yeah.
Very, very good. Anybody else, Nicole? Thank you, Mom.
Olivia, do we have anyone else on the line?
No, there's nobody else on the line.
Okay,
Comment in the audience.
yeah, go ahead and before we close, come on, Bob. You're welcome.
All I wanted to say is, I don't see a lot of issues going down Sixth Street from Pennsylvania to Highland Springs. But what's really gonna happen along there? Because that's all commercial now. And I've earned a good living on that strip, and a lot of my cohorts have also. And changing it, I don't know, and the city of Beaumont's earned a good living off of it, because it brought in a great tax break, a lot of taxes prior to the big box stores opening across the freeway. And once they open up Pennsylvania, which they're talking about putting an on-ramp there, off-ramp, I think that's going to increase the traffic along that corridor there, Sixth Street, and that road needs some work. I mean, the other night, you couldn't even move out there because there was a big accident in Cabazon. And when that happens, that Sixth Street right in there, they try to bypass the accident. And I think that's something we should consider. And I'd like to stay where I'm at. If I could live any longer, I don't know. But thank y'all.
Thank you both. Okay. Are we, nobody else in there, Nicole?
No other speakers.
Okay, I will reclose again, on the public hearing, 7:27.
Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you.
So there's one other option, not that I want to complicate anything more for you guys, but since we're going down that path with the discussion on uses that could take place, in that area, that's the county cutout area between the two manufacturing sections, we could consider also, if council could consider applying the traditional neighborhood designation on that piece as well. And it would make a larger, more consistent block. So any of those things, any of the options that we presented here, I think staff could work with, understanding that not everybody is going to be happy with everything that's proposed or selected, but that is another option that council could consider.
Thank you. Any more, Scott? Go ahead, Councilor Martinez.
Yeah, just a quick question. Christina, when the planning is looking into the traditional neighborhood, what can you comment about it that close to an industrial area? I mean, is that an issue that's taken into consideration when you put a neighborhood that close to an industry? Or is there usually a buffer of some sort in the design between those areas?
So I think Todd addressed it pretty well when he talked about a step down from the manufacturing into maybe not such a rural residential, but maybe of a more dense, or the opportunity for having some more dense residential. There's existing residential there as well. And so, we didn't want to completely remove the residential and create non-conforming uses within the city for existing properties. But this allows us to keep the residential there, but provide a different opportunity on maybe a larger scale to provide some more residential in there. But essentially, it's somewhat of a step down from the manufacturing. I mean, ideally, if there was not any residential there, I don't think we would have chosen to put residential there. But since residential does exist there, this is a better option than putting rural residential 1 acre or larger lots immediately adjacent to the manufacturing.
Okay, and I think you mentioned, you kind of hit it right there, is that you're trying to keep a consistency with what's there now, with that traditional neighborhood. Even though it might not be perfect next to an industry, it still leaves that kind of a zone as you move over into office space and back to 79. Okay, that answered. Thank you.
Very good. Okay. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara, go ahead.
Christina, do we have a zoning, and I'm having trouble locating the zoning in our hand, but do we have a zoning that's between traditional neighborhood and rural residential where maybe you don't have 18 units per acre, maybe it's something in between where the transition isn't as, I'll say drastic, so to speak?
I think it would just be the standard residential single family.
And what is that per unit per acre? How many units is that?
Let's see.
The one she's.
That's 4 dwelling units per acre.
I think so.
I thought it
Thanks,
was 18.
4 to 6.
I could be wrong,
Yeah.
but I think it was 8.
I'm sorry, so just to
Traditional
clarify,
neighborhood is 8, not 18.
it's 8? Oh,
Yeah.
okay. Okay,
Yes,
thank you.
that's 8.
That's better, all right.
Yeah.
Thank you.
Small.
Yeah,
That's fine.
but single family residential, as Carol said, is about 4 to 6 per acre. So that would be, half again what traditional neighborhood is. And that is
Okay.
what the yellow area immediately north of the parcels that we're talking about. That's also what that designation is. With the traditional neighborhood, though, this designation here, I think, Simran, if we can show the proposed zone or proposed general plan map again, because then I think we can show how the traditional neighborhood fits in on the overall scale.
Right.
So you can see traditional neighborhood, and then you can see the blue, which I believe is Job Center, or the light blue right there, which is Business Park, Job Center type.
Employment district.
Right, and then you have Urban Village. So again, it plays in not just within the city boundary, but for the sphere of influence, how we have everything laid out. It kind of all works together as we anticipate area to the south of us is where the city can grow if that does happen.
Okay, well, and the 8 works better for me, thank you.
Okay.
Thanks for the clarification.
Very good. I think, Christina, we're good. You got
just
another
one, I just
one in
want to
here.
clarify.
Council White, go ahead.
Because I thought when we first saw this, and also I think when we spoke about it last meeting, it was that that staff is recommending that the Panhandle stay manufacturing, correct? But you're not recommending, and I don't think anyone here is recommending, that anything south of First Street is going to be manufacturing. Is that where the staff recommendation is at this point?
Yeah, that's correct. With what you see on the slide there is what staff has recommended based on the request of the property owners and then all of the other information that, we've been dealing with in preparing this in this general plan update. However, like I said, we could support going in the direction of what the proposed zoning is or expanding that TN further out. I think we have 3 viable options. The presentation that we have here was in support of the property owner's request.
Okay, but no one is suggesting, as the caller presented, doing manufacturing south of First Street, correct?
No, not in the currently identified rural residential or proposed traditional neighborhood zone. No, sir. Those areas would not allow for manufacturing. It would be only in the blue areas identified for manufacturing.
Got it. I won't ask any more questions.
You got plenty now. Okay. If none, I need a motion to, waive the first reading and the full reading. Do you have
Mayor,
something to say, Christina?
If I
Go
can
ahead.
real quick. If you are concurring with all of staff's recommended zoning modifications, could you just make sure and include that somewhere in the recommendation?
Okay.
Because we will then fold these into the document for the second reading.
Okay, very good. The most discussed is on the discussion is this L shape. So is there any, on the motion you want to address?
I'm done talking on this one. Someone else can make the motion.
Okay, go ahead and do a motion. Oh, Lloyd.
I was saying someone else could make the motion there.
Doesn't want.
All right, I'll move to,
I'm looking for it.
you're going to go ahead and,
No, go ahead. I'm just looking for it.
Okay.
Oh, there it is.
So I will move to follow the staff recommendations, waive the full first reading, approved by title only, an ordinance of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting the comprehensive general plan update, zoning code amendments, and zoning map encompassing the entire city, and waive the full reading and adopt by title only a resolution of the City Council of the City of Beaumont, California, adopting CEQA findings of fact, adopting a statement of overriding considerations, certifying the final environmental impact report, and adopting a mitigation monitoring plan for the general plan update.
I'll second.
Very good.
I'll do roll call. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes.
Thank you, everybody.
Thank you. Thank you, Christina. Okay, let's jump in on the action items. Approval of all ordinances and resolution to be read by title only. Item number 11.
I have a quick
ahead.
interjection, Mayor, sorry.
That's fine.
I failed to make an clarification on the consent calendar. On item number 8, it
Okay.
should have been the budget to actual through October of 2020. So the,
Instead of September?
yes, instead of September. So the attachments were for October, however, the staff report stated September.
Very good. Noted. Thank you. Okay, let's move on. He's getting ready. Item number 11 on the action items. Report by Western Regional Council of Governments, which is WRCOG, and the Riverside Transportation Department regarding the status of Cherry Valley Interchange Project. Staff report, Mr. Parton.
Yes, thank you, Mayor Council. So we are pleased to have with us tonight Mr. Chris Gray with the WRCOG. He's the Director of Transportation and Planning. And Ms. Patty Romo with Riverside County with the Department of Transportation. So they are here to present to us tonight the status and update with regard to the I-10 Cherry Valley Interchange Project. And that's a critical project for us. It ties back to the agreement entered into between the City of Beaumont and WRCOG back in April of 2017. In that agreement, that was a settlement and release amongst both parties that said pursuant to certain actions taking place, then both parties would basically resolve and step away from challenges and lawsuits and related claims against each other. One of the important elements of that was a commitment by the city to provide up to $2.1 million of funding to be applied towards the design of the Cherry Valley I-10 interchange, which was critical to us because that is a primary gateway and entry point that serves both the development in the city of Calamasa as well as the ongoing development within the city of Beaumont. And as we know, that I-10 corridor between Oak Valley Parkway and Cherry Valley is critical to the quality of life and success for both of our communities. So the city did provide $2.1 million, which is being held in the accounts of the WRCOG. And there is a process for reporting back to the city with regard to the use and status of those funds. In addition to that is a responsibility by WRCOG to provide updates and information back to the city council with regard to the status of the design of that project, meaning the interchange project. So one additional critical thing for council is that prior to the finalization of the design of any improvements to be developed with those funds, there is a requirement that the Beaumont City Council would need to approve the use and application of up to $2.1 million of your dollars. So that's your setup. So with that, I'd like to turn it over to Mr. Gray to begin to present to you.
Good evening, members of the council. As Mr. Parton said, I'm Chris Gray from Western Riverside Council of Governments, and Todd basically did my presentation for me. So I'm going to ask Patty Romo from the County Transportation Department to come in and present to you the work that's been done to date on the interchange. The city of Calamasa has contracted with the county to oversee the planning and environmental work. So the project's currently in the planning and environmental stage. And per the language of the settlement, which Todd included verbatim in the staff report as well as his presentation, we're filling, we envision the first of many presentations to City Council. So with that, I'm going to ask Ms. Romo to come up and present to you the work that the county's been doing so far on the interchange.
That's okay. Good evening, council members. Patty Romo, Director of Transportation, Riverside County. Thank you for giving us the opportunity to be here this evening. I would like to give you an update on where we are. We have been working on looking at different alternatives on what would be suited well for that location there at I-10 and Cherry Valley Boulevard. Actively working on the environmental document and hope to be able to have something out to public circulation early next year. And at that point, we will start working on a design of a preferred alternative. What I'd like to do now is go ahead and turn it over to our consultant, and he'll go over it in a little more detail and show you the different options that are being considered.
Thank you.
Right. I'm going to swap this for you. There you go.
Okay, so I think just clicking away here. I'm going to queue up there to see, but
There we go.
you guys got it? Okay. So hello, my name is Brandon Reyes. I'm with Michael Baker International, consulting firm that does this sort of work. So let's get started. Today we're here to talk about the I-10 Cherry Valley Interchange project, which is Patty and Chris mentioned is in the environmental and planning phase. So just to familiarize you guys with where we're at, in case you're not sure, this is in the city of Calamasa. This is at the existing I-10 Cherry Valley interchange here that you see in the picture. We're oriented north, and we will be north, the whole time. North being up, I should say, in these photos. So let's go to the next slide. The project status, where we're at in the Caltrans delivery process, and the two remaining build options, roundabouts have been eliminated. So again, we're in the what we call the PAD, or planning environmental stage of the Caltrans process, and project approval is an environmental document. And the intention there is to get through that process so that we can get into final design and construction. So, we're talking big picture today because this is really where we're at in the design, right? We're still kind of whittling down to get to the preferred alternative and what we're going to actually get built out there. So starting at the top, just understanding the different alternatives. 4 total alternatives technically were looked at in the beginning. One is the no-build alternative. Usually don't even list it here because it's confusing. The second one was a roundabout alternative that's since been eliminated based on circulation and operations not working with the roundabout like we want it to. And so that leaves the 2 remaining build alternatives. So the diverging diamond interchange as well as the partial cloverleaf. So I'll go over those. I'll show pictures. A lot easier to see than imagine. We'll talk about the alternative comparison, the project schedule, and then feedback, and then future opportunities with feedback, and then of course Q&A at the end. So I should be able to elaborate quite a bit, but obviously if you feel confused, just stop me. So we talked about the Caltrans process and where we're at. We're in, again, just really keeping this simple. We'll call it 4 steps. We're in the environmental phase, step 2. Next, we go into final design and then into construction that everyone gets excited about. So we're looking at the two remaining build alternatives, and our next steps, like Patty mentioned, is to finalize and circulate the environmental document, which I'm sure many of you are generally familiar with. And again, in our process, that'll be to cover CEQA and NEPA through Caltrans on this project. So jumping into the alternatives, which is where this gets a little more exciting. So again, I'm just going to go over the 2 remaining build alternatives here. The first one is going to be the most out-of-the-box approach that y'all are going to hear about tonight. Many of you may have never even heard of this before, so let me kind of explain where we're at and why we're here. So this is a diverging diamond. We also call it a DDI. This type of alternative is common in many parts across the United States, but believe it or not, it has not been built technically in California. There's one in construction up in the Manteca area that's going to be ahead of us. There's also one being designed and to be built in San Bernardino, city of San Bernardino, near the college there at 215 University. There's another one in San Diego area. So the story goes that it's picking up a lot of steam. It's very popular. And it's not just popular because it looks different. It's popular because it operates very well. So I have a video simulation that I think is the best way to describe it. But just before we do that, because the video can go quick and you might get lost, just generally speaking, if you're familiar with the area, if you were to orient yourself as a driver on the southbound side, so that bottom side, okay, and you were driving north across the bridge, I'll call it north, it's kind of north and then turns east, right? Normally today, like at any interchange, like you guys are familiar with everywhere around here, right? You have a tight diamond interchange, so you make a left to get on the freeway going westbound. If you're this driver heading this northeast direction, you're going to make a left to head westbound. You're going to make a right to head eastbound if you're going to go towards the desert. And that's just how a diamond traditionally works. In the evenings, you get off from, let's say you're heading from Los Angeles, you're going to get off the eastbound ramp and turn right to go into the city, blah, blah, blah. What we see happen at traditional tight diamond interchanges is those left turning movements, when they cross over traffic, that's a conflict point, right? So you have to wait on the left turn arrow and it backs up the light and et cetera, right? So we see those tight diamonds. Very often you see, that's the reason we do the big looping partial clover leafs, is you're trying to make that traffic go right. You want your traffic to be free of those conflicted turns, okay? So the diverging diamond, what it does is it takes the traffic and it crosses it through an intersection and it puts you on the other side of the road that you're used to driving. Sounds very strange, sounds very obscure, but the driver doesn't really know any better. When designed correctly, and these have been, obviously, you put the driver on the other side just as they cross the bridge. Now the heavy left movement is no longer going through a through movement. So the left acts like a right. Imagine you're driving in London. All your left turns in London are kind of like what we're used to as our right turns, if that makes sense. So I could go on forever, but I think the point being that I want to get across here is that while this is untraditional, it's very effective. And so some of the big ticket item points that I'd like to point out is it's a new interchange, it works well, it accommodates pedestrians and bicycles just like every facility is going to. We're not going to put anything up here that doesn't accommodate bikes and peds, okay? That's not going to happen. It realigns Calamasa Boulevard, which for required operational needs. So as you can see, Calamasa there in that northern area is completely realigned. That's going to happen on both alternatives. Very many things are going to be extremely common to both alternatives here that we're looking at. We're widening the ramps as needed operationally, both on and off. We're widening obviously Cherry Valley itself. Today it's a 2-lane, 1 lane in each direction street. At the end of the day, whichever alternative you choose, technically we're going to make it a 4-lane road across the freeway. So those are common to whatever we're looking at here. Really what we want to focus on to understand the differences are the type of interchanges we're looking at. So, and then by the way, the driveway access is important, obviously, especially to the city of Calamasa and the local landowners there. So driveways need to be a little farther apart from this diverging diamond. They can't be right up against it because cars are still crossing over. So you don't want a lot of conflicted movements coming in and out of driveways like you might see at a tight diamond when the driveways may be a little bit closer. But everyone's aware of that, and that's just something we want to point out. So I'm going to go to the simulation, and then I'll jump over to alternative 4, which will be a little bit lighter of a lift, okay? So let's go to the simulation. I'm going to see if I can get this right. We were testing it earlier. Okay, so, and I'm going to play a little quarterback here because it goes fast on me. So are you guys seeing this or no? You're not. Okay, I am, but you're not. So that makes sense. Let's see. Minimize. How about still no, right? No. Now? No. Okay, let's see. How should we do this? Did we have it up on that screen when we were testing it earlier? I don't know. I know, it's not.
It's not pulling.
It might have put it on another screen, maybe? Oh, man. So it might, Do you have the ability to use oh.
There you go. Sorry, I made it bigger.
You did something, yeah. Do you have the ability to use a mouse? Yeah, like this. I think what we might want to do is presenter view. So I'm going to do display settings, and I'm going to say duplicate, and then I'm going to try it this way. There we go. Okay, so we figured it out. Okay, so orientation now.
Yeah.
For everyone, okay? So, and this is gonna move on us and we're actually gonna drive it, okay? But for now, so that you can see this diverging diamond from a bird's eye view, if you will, right now we're facing west, okay? So we're approaching the interchange facing west, so looking towards San Bernardino, LA. To the left, that box building, that's the Stater Brothers that you all are probably familiar with. It's been up for 6 months or whatever. So this, we're facing west, okay? So you can see in your right corner, you can see Calamasa running off the screen, the one that's being realigned. And then obviously you see the entire interchange here, and you see how it's kind of weaving and crossing itself. I know it looks like a lot, so bear with me there. But if you kind of take a moment to take it in, you know, you can see that if you're starting in this westbound off-ramp and kind of my right pocket here, those cars are exiting and, you know, you're taking a right to go down Cherry Valley. You're taking a left to go across Cherry Valley. Again, you're in London mode, right? So you're on the other side, and that's because you're over the bridge. And then you cross over at a signalized intersection, okay? So I'm going to play it. Might give us some more perspective. And this bird is going to shift to like the driver view, you'll see. Okay. So right now, Stater Brothers is to our right now, okay? So we're driving that northeastbound, the movement I was talking about in the beginning. So to city of Beaumont, you know, at least along I-10 here is to the right, right? It's eastbound, okay? So we're gonna drive forward, and we're actually gonna cross over Cherry Valley. We're not gonna get on the freeway on any of this next simulation. We're just gonna cross through it, okay? So as you drive through it, this movement's kind of fast here, so we're going to get in the car, it's going to move quickly, and then right here, we're at the intersection, okay? It's kind of weird because the driver, my camera guy, like got in the car, he's getting in the vehicle, like that, see that? So if I back that up, right, we're kind of like diving into the car, it's a little weird, but we're going to cross over the intersection to the other side, okay? And that's where we're going to be over there. And if you look off in the distance, that red car kind of near the top, pardon me if you're colorblind, you know, the ultimate goal is the heavy movement to go to Los Angeles. We're going to, when we get over there, that is now going to be an immediate left, no longer a conflicted left, okay? So I know it's a lot to take in. So we're driving, and for our friends that want to get on the freeway, they're going to make that left now. That's no longer a conflicted signalized left, okay? It's like an immediate left, all right? Strange, I know, but I'll talk a little bit more about driver familiarity and whatnot. So then you cross back over and you do this cross back through, and now that you're out of the interchange, you're back to what we're all used to in American society, being on the right side of the road, right? And then we're flip the view, and now take a minute to get oriented. Now you're coming from Calamasa Boulevard to the directions are so weird because this interchange is on a skew. I'm on the other side of, I guess, the east of the interchange. On Cherry Valley, and I'm looking up now, and I'm going to see Stater Brothers off to the left there. This right turn here would be to go westbound. But we're going to drive, and we're going to drive through again, and we're just going to watch this little guy's going to get in the car again, I think, and then we're going to drive. See, that one's slower. I like that one. Then we're going to drive, and we're actually going to cross again across Cherry Valley, okay? And now, to the left there is actually the east entrance to go towards City of Beaumont and the desert, right? So it's just showing you that left movement is now not conflicted. So actually what's happening here at this interchange is none of the movements are technically conflicted with a through traffic, if you will, because everyone's meeting at the intersection. So it's a strange one, I know, and to you guys, you don't have anything like this out here, so I obviously preface it that way because it's important to know that it's unique and it's different. But again, going back to what we're seeing across the country, Here locally, Caltrans is in huge favor of these different types of interchanges, especially for operational reasons, right? They're not doing it just to be fancy, they're doing it because operationally it's very effective. When these interchanges like this are designed correctly, just like any interchange, you want the driver to not know any better, and you want the familiarity to kick in as quick as possible. So something like this does take some time to get familiar with. That's just natural, and that's totally normal, and we expect that. So, there's a lot of things in the final design where we design signage and striping, and we just try to tell the public what they're about to get into when they cross into this interchange. So I'm going to go to alternative 4, and we'll look at alternative 4. So okay. So alternative 4, back to a little bit more traditional. This is a partial cloverleaf or a parklow. So again, and if I wasn't clear enough, what you guys might be familiar with here, and this is all the interchanges along I-10 for quite a ways, is everyone's going west in the morning and everyone's coming east in the afternoon. And obviously I'm talking about just the heavier movement, right? I realize a lot of people are going to the desert as well. But so just like the DDI, what you want to do here is you want to try to remove that westbound left conflict from the predominant movement. And in this case, everyone's coming from our golf course, Tuckwood Canyon area, right? And then obviously all the new development here in this area. So what this alternative does is it tries to do it a little differently. It actually takes the traffic all the way across the interchange and makes that right looping movement, right? That many people are used to in a heavy predominant scenario like this. The rest of the interchange is generally the same. You have a direct westbound on-ramp as well as the looping on-ramp. But otherwise, like on the south side here in the picture, it still has a tight diamond type shape to it. You're just, you're widening it, making it a little longer, giving you a better chance of handling the traffic. So traditional type interchange accommodates peds and bikes. Again, realigns Calamasa, limits driveway access. It does have some of those issues, especially on the northeast corner here. You can't put any driveways between that looping ramp and the bridge. From a Caltrans perspective, that's not allowed. So you actually have more driveways that are affected, potential of driveways here. So that's important in the decision-making process, especially locally, right, for the city and the property owners. And then just the note of 2 on-ramps, it's just, different than the other one. You just separate them. So I'll do a simulation that won't be as hard for me to explain. But we'll start from a similar bird's eye view, okay? We're looking westbound from your city, I guess. And we're kind of right on top of that looping ramp, but we're gonna shift over, I think, to the Stater Brothers side again and drive across here. Eventually, there we go. So now we're just, right, so now like we're used to, you go right to go east and you go across, and instead of going left, you're gonna make that looping move. We're not gonna make that move here, but the idea is just to show you what you would do. So, this is a partial cloverleaf. We're used to seeing these in a lot of places. So that right movement where that black car is on the right, that would be to get on the freeway westbound, right? You would go right onto the loop. And then we'll turn the car around and we'll be done. So there's we're going the other way now. West is right. And then we're slowly driving across here safely. Left would be, in this case, so there is a conflicted left. I call it conflicted, it's not like it's not allowed. But that's the eastbound movement towards Beaumont and the desert. That's coming from the other direction, very less traveled direction. But yeah, cars will stack there in the left-hand lane waiting for the left, right? So that's just very normal in this case. And then, we drive over. There's houses up there by now, obviously, right? But so that's the 2 simulations. And if I can keep going. Okay, so the alternative comparison matrix, I want to be very clear here because we can really get into the weeds of cost here. So first of all, we're in the planning environmental phase. So these are estimates. It's very important, right? We still have to get the final design, and we still have to get actual bids from contractors that who knows what everything will look like in 3 years when we go to bid. but this is our best guess at what we're seeing right now. The construction estimate on these two are very close to each other. The diverging diamond is a little higher. There's actually, there's technically two bridges on the diverging diamond, so it ends up just being a simple game of math of more bridge, believe it or not. The right-of-way estimate is where you see quite a difference, and that's due to the alternative 4, the partial cloverleaf. It does wipe out that whole quadrant where the loop is. So that's why it's going to be higher. Now this is an estimate, same thing. Until you get environmental approval, you cannot do appraisals and acquisitions formally at all. We just do an estimate based on what we're seeing in the area. So that could totally change, up, down, sideways. You really don't know until you actually do an appraisal and acquisition, or an appraisal, I should say. Driver familiarity. What I'm trying to show here with these 4 things is just what's kind of different and important. You could have this list go on forever, but they're also similar. So for these two, what's important to note is, hey, we have a low familiarity versus a high with the park low. Traffic operations, because that's important, is they're good for both. So you're not really going to find a difference, okay? So, and moving on to the schedule. So a finish environmental phase, finish. So yeah, so fall of next year. Finish the final design phase in summer of 23, and then go to construction pending funding, of course. So that's still to be determined. And then providing feedback. So, future city council meetings as needed. Environmental circulation in spring 2021, fingers crossed. We'll have a public meeting and an environmental document circulated. And then just, future meetings. So the point there is, right, there's going to be several times when we can get input on the project. Formally, the middle one is obviously the one that is really going to, I'll say formally, be critical to hear from everyone. So I think that's all I have.
Very good.
So I don't know if you guys have questions. Patty and Chris are here to support me too if you really try to grill me. So
Very good. That was an excellent presentation in here. That's wonderful in this. So let me go on and ask if there's public comments on this.
I don't have any written comments. Olivia, do we have anyone on the line?
No, there is no one on the line.
Okay, very good. So open for discussion. Council, questions, anything? You got. Very good. Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara.
It looks like, and maybe it's just because it's new to me, but it looks like the divergent would handle heavier volumes of traffic better than the other, or does it make a difference at this point?
I would say we would be getting into splitting hairs at this point.
Okay.
We've kind of, by getting to these, we've kind of eliminated the noise of the ones that don't work well. Okay. So I'd say at this point, you could argue, and in reality, there are going to be slight differences, but again, these here are going to operationally be effective. And like any new interchange, right? We try to get it effective for 20 years to the future horizon year and beyond, hopefully, right? You don't want it to break down beyond that, but that's the goal. And so, no, I would say the differences are just very, very small. You'd have to literally go intersection by intersection, ramp by ramp, look at the differences in the operations, D versus E, C versus D, and eventually at the end of the day, it's all kind of a wash. It's all effective operationally. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I mean, sometimes when you're going over, at least for me, over ramp, you've got to figure out, okay, which side is the on-ramp for the direction I want to go, because sometimes it's on the left-hand side if I want to go to the left, sometimes it's on the right-hand side to go to the left, right? You loop back under the bridge, or you're going to just get directly on the freeway. This seems to kind of simplify that thought process, or is that?
The diverging diamond? Or
yes.
You're definitely going to have familiarity in the beginning. That's going to take some time.
Right.
But this process, what we do is we make sure that visually you can see everything, right? So you're not blinded by corners and all of a sudden you pop out and you have to make a quick decision. And then we sign and stripe the thing to death because we want to make sure that people have advance notice. So I'd say, I don't know if you have anything to add.
And I would say too, even though we talk about unfamiliarity, as you're driving through, you tend to want to turn left, right?
Yeah.
So if you want to go,
yep.
if you're headed, I guess in the northwest direction, and you want to go to LA, I mean, at least when I drive, I'm on the left, so turning left
Right.
might be more familiar than saying, oh no, I should have been on the right lane
Exactly.
because there's
For the
that
loop.
loop.
Right.
So it may actually be more familiar, and they've actually had quite a bit of success.
Okay.
Other thing I would say is that when the environmental document is circulated, both alternatives are going to be in the document. So we'll get input from the public as well, and then at the end of the day, it's a Caltrans facility, so they're going to have some say in this as well.
Okay, thank you very much.
Very good. Okay,
They
we'll
can
go
go
on
first.
Nancy
They can
first.
go first.
Okay.
They may ask
Go
the questions I
ahead,
have. They may have.
Mine's short. I mean, it's always exciting to see a design like the divergent diamond, and it's so much more sophisticated, and it looks like it could handle a lot for future growth. One of my concerns is that going across from Stater Brothers to go north, straight up Cherry Valley Boulevard, let's say, or you get a lot of students who use that route going to school, so you get a lot of young drivers. And then we have a lot of senior communities that are sort of right off of that nucleus. So they're, let's just say, sometimes they don't respond as fast to something that's that different or dramatically different like this is.
Sure.
So one of my concerns is that, for instance, and I'll just walk you through, I'm sure you'll follow. If you were going straight across and you wanted to go eastbound from Stater Brothers, let's say, and you know, if you don't pick up that lane, that first lane that would take you eastbound, when you go farther across, you got traffic that's coming and stopping at a light that then looks like it could be your next chance to go eastbound. So I'm not saying there's an easy fix to that, but do you have any kind of like safety numbers for adaptation to this much of a change? We don't have much in California, but I'm sure you have access to the kind of safety data that maybe we need to be aware of for doing this kind of a dramatic change if you go to the divergent diamond, because they almost equal each other in cost, potentially, when you do the estimate and you add in the right-of-way, et cetera. They both do the function really well. I'm really glad we nixed the whole roundabout idea. So they do the function really well, either one of them. And so then my next question is safety.
Sure. I can speak to that unless you.
Oh, go ahead.
Okay.
And I can-
So what we're seeing with this type of interchange across the country is and it's intentionally designed, it almost comes down to simply the angles. It's intentionally designed at an angle A where you can't, that right that you're talking about, which is a valid idea, you almost can't even see it because of the angle that you're approaching. So it kind of takes that out of your mind from what you're seeing. Secondly, this thing is fully signalized. So there's not, today, if you drive that interchange, just like many interchanges that haven't been rebuilt, stop sign controlled, right? And in my opinion, that's the worst scenario because there's so much decisions to be made. Am I up? Are they up? Who's up? That whole thing is gone. So that gets eliminated from this because we're fully signalized. The angle is very, very helpful. And again, with the right signage and striping, you obviously got to get people familiar, but they're going to hopefully catch that right. And they can get the visibility to see it to get on that eastbound direction. Now, if they don't, unlike a traditional interchange where you may have a U-turn available at the next intersection, this one won't have that. So they're going to have to go up to Calamasa to make the U-turn. Look, none of these are 100% perfect, foolproof, but it's there. The other intersection at Calamasa is generally, it's 500 feet, but it's generally spaced so that you can get there eventually and make that U-turn. If this were a scenario where there wasn't another street for miles, I think we'd have a problem in our hands in both directions. In this case, we don't have that. So I'd say that if you went and looked at the studies of this interchange, 99 times out of 100, everyone says the same thing. When I drove it, I didn't even know I was in something different. And that's really what we like to hear. versus maybe what you've heard about other interchanges, especially the ones that aren't designed correctly. Like I know the roundabouts I don't think are favorable in this room. You hear a lot of different stories in scenarios where the design isn't right, or maybe it's just not fit for that setting. This one here, we just don't hear those stories. Now, anything can happen, but it's got to be designed correctly. So I don't know, Patty.
Yeah, and just to echo on what Brandon was saying, these are designed in a way that you're like in a tunnel, just going your way. The bridges are very separate. If the lanes are right next to each other and you saw that opposing traffic, you would feel like you're on the wrong side of the road. But these are designed in a way so that when you drive through it, you don't really realize that you're on the other side of the road. And they're actually safer than the traditional where you've got a signal and you've got opposing traffic coming right at you, where it has actually a greater chance of a injury sort of accident. So these wouldn't have that sort of situation, and it makes it really difficult to make that turn that you're suggesting. And the signs, the way that the signage is placed and the way that this is designed, safety is put in there, first and foremost, making sure that it's a safe facility.
The cheating lefts that often happen in T-bone scenarios at a traditional intersection, it doesn't happen here because there's only crossing through at the intersection. There's no move to cheat, really. But obviously, somebody could blow a red light. But just general, that left that can happen in T-bone scenarios is gone now.
So I would imagine that when we have our open house with the environmental document, we'll probably have to have some simulation running because this is something unique that people may not understand.
I just have one other question too, if you would. Thank you for the explanation. And the other question is there any difference in the construction timeline for one option versus another? Because the divergent diamond looks to me, and I'm not the Caltrans person, but it looks to me like it would take a lot longer to construct that because of when I look at all the pavement options and signals, et cetera, versus the partial cloverleaf. So is there a timeline difference for construction?
No, so what's nice about generally speaking, with these interchanges, what it comes down to is how fast can you build the bridge? That's kind of the general rule of thumb. There's a million nuances that we deal with all the time, as Patty can tell you, and I can tell you with jobs in construction, every day there's a challenge. But the big picture is how quick can we do the bridges? In this case, the diverging diamond, what it's doing, actually, if you look closely at it, is the beauty of it is we're actually going to build, if you're looking at, you're not seeing that, are you? We have a right bridge and a left bridge. The left bridge of the diverging diamond is on top of today's bridge, intentionally. So what will happen is we're going to build the right bridge right next to it while everyone's driving today's interchange. The existing little guy out there. We're going to build that right bridge next to it. We're going to shift traffic to the right bridge, and then we're going to build the left bridge. So it's kind of inherently set up in a way that allows you to separate the bridge construction. As opposed to the partial cloverleaf, we're actually going to, technically we're going to build new bridges, but we're actually going to widen them. That's how it's going to feel. And those ones you're going to have K-rail, you're going to be on top of each other. So the complexity of the bridge is much easier in the diverging diamond. The challenge of the diverging diamond is not schedule. The challenge is the crossover at the end. You do have to make a move that the contractors can handle. You're going to make a move where you're going to switch from a signal to a DDI signal. That move, in my opinion, should be done in a 55-hour closure. That's a conversation that we have much further down the line here. It's not for today. But you want to basically close the whole thing down and make that switch over nicely. If there's a lot of traffic and we don't get the 55-hour closure, then it gets really tricky. But any intersection improvements are going to be tricky, period, at an interchange. So to your question, I would say the DDI is going to be, if not the same, easier to build. But we're probably splitting hairs a little bit. But from a constructability standpoint, I like the DDI better because the bridges aren't against each other. So that's my answer. Patty?
Yeah, I would say when we get to that point where we've got funding to build this thing and we start looking at how we're going to stage construction, we'll be here again to talk to you about the timing. If you've got events in this area that we need to avoid certain times of the year,
Detours that make sense, right?
Yeah, detours, all of that. So we'll be back to talk to you about that, regardless of which option is chosen. We always work closely with the communities that are impacted with this to make sure that we disrupt you with the, the least amount of disruption as possible.
And whichever interchange we pick, the discussion will be the same,
Yeah.
pretty much, so.
Very good.
I'm good, thank you.
Council Martinez?
Just a quick couple of things. So on the diverging diamond, the signals were actually one of my main concerns. So since it's all signalized, those signals go down. How does that kind of work with all of it being angled and so forth?
If they go down like
we got that flashing.
Yeah, oh
something
yeah,
in there.
it would be just like a traditional flashing. It wouldn't be any different. You're still gonna go straight ahead to go to your intersection, so.
The other one's gonna come.
Yeah, I mean, it's gonna be a pain just like any flashing signal scenario, but when you're both at the stop bars, you're gonna be able to see each other. It's not like you're like set back and you gotta look around the barrier to see, Patty on the other direction, so it's all the same.
And then I noticed on the simulation, some of the merging kind of was startling as cars going and you see the other ones coming in. On the question of safety, how is that looking?
So, two things. One, it's going to be pedestrians that we're going to want to watch out for. So we're going to specifically look closely at exactly where we place the pedestrians. What I mean exactly is literally where on the ramp, where they're going to cross. We want to make sure visibility is there. This distance they're crossing is short, you don't want a long walk. And then possibly signals or signage for those pedestrians. For the drivers, similar, but in a sense that you're going to be intentional with the way you stripe it, intentional with the way you sign it, and intentional with the way you operate the signals. So the signal operation is extremely important. That's something that's done at the very, very end, believe it or not. But we design it with that in mind, and so then we make kind of the tweaks to the bells and whistles of the signal operations to try to maximize operations, but also keep safety in mind. So you might have longer all stop, phases, that kind of thing.
And that kind of was part of my question too, is the timing of those signals.
Yep.
I know when those things go off, everything really messes up, so.
Yeah, signal timing is important. Caltrans, at any interchange like this, they're gonna be in control of their signals. So we as a community make sure to stay on them to make sure that they stay on it.
We've got plenty of
Yeah.
experience
everyone's
with
everyone's on the
Highland
same
Springs.
team, and there's adjacent signals down the way. You're gonna want to integrate and kind of signalize everything together.
Right, thank you.
Okay,
Thank you
very
very
good. Council White?
First of all, I saw your presentation in front of the Calamasa City Council.
Okay.
And you've come a long way. Your presentation was much simpler, I think more straightforward tonight, so I just want to give you that.
Yeah,
I mean,
okay,
it was-
thanks. Yeah, second time, I guess.
It's only the second time you've done it?
Yeah.
Okay. So my question is regarding the future. And you mentioned that you build these bridges with a 20-year efficiency. Is one option easier to expand in 20 or 25, 30 years than the other? And is one going to last longer before we need to make the next upgrade?
Lifespan is going to be the same. So physical lifespan, right? Because it's going to be built the same bridge.
I think I'm talking more about
Widening.
Operational
traffic.
From
In
a
other
traffic
words, if we
standpoint.
build more and more businesses
Yeah.
and houses and
Widening the DDI is going to be trickier than widening the partial cloverleaf.
Okay.
Not to say it's not possible. That shouldn't be said. It's going to be a little more complicated. It can be done, but it's different. Now we're meeting the ultimate facility of Cherry Valley Boulevard, right? We're building it all the way out. I'm sure 100 years ago, the person that planned out Cherry Valley said the same thing when they made it a 2-lane. But quite frankly, that's the plan. And Patty, I mean, your experience, we've seen a lot of these built and rebuilt, and it can't happen.
Yeah, and a lot of times when you get these interchanges like this one, it's designed to last 20 years. When an interchange gets to the point, you can't have 10 lanes across it, obviously. Typically what happens is you start talking to Caltrans about a new connection because the interchange just doesn't function when it's too wide. So there can be some widening that is accomplished here. Maybe you can add one lane, an additional lane in each direction. After that, you're probably talking about doing other improvements, but hopefully with the way things are going in smart cars and transit and what they're trying to have us do with VMT, I don't know that there's going to be even much appetite for doing a lot of widening in the future. They're going to want to be pushing us to find other modes of transportation, working at home or riding the bus or something else.
Okay.
But there can be some minor widening.
Okay, thank you. That's all I had.
Okay, very good. Yeah, here's the, my thing in here. I saw the simulations and everything on your DDI. I really impressed on this design. And correct me, I'm wrong. I didn't see any traffic lights in there, lights or any stop sign. Is that correct? Especially on the intersection of 10 and Cherry Valley Boulevard on that.
Yeah, there's certainly not as many conflicts with the DDI.
That's correct.
Definitely have signals, like you definitely have
You have-
lights.
Do you have a signal lights on
yeah.
that? I didn't see it on the.
Oh, yeah.
You do.
The only thing I saw is the Calamasa.
Okay.
Calamasa Boulevard, and that's the only signal that I saw in your simulation.
You're gonna have signals regardless of the interchange, you're gonna have it through. They look a little different, feel a little different, but you're gonna get to an intersection on the top and an intersection on the bottom, above and below the bridge, I'll call it. You're gonna see signals, yeah.
Okay, because my next questions or concerns will be the, the kids that, Council Carol, that, address the people will be walking because we get the Stater Brothers in there. And there's a development coming up on that intersection, housing on the Brookside. And people will start walking in there and everything. I saw that there's a design for pedestrian in there. Hopefully will be really friendly to walk in there. And I didn't see how wide it is and everything. And you mentioned that your pedestrian lane in there has to be a little bit tricky on putting a sign in there.
Regardless of the interchange, you wanna be specific with how you sign and protect pedestrians. So this one or the Parklow, it's gonna be the same amount of detail, we're gonna look into it, period. What's nice about the DDI, and it's actually just like everybody's apparent favorite roundabout, is with the DDI design, the traffic actually slows down through it. It has to. It's the way we design it. So there's actually curves you don't even notice here yet, but you actually come into a curve and you kind of S your way through it, slows everything down, even on an all green, right? All green on a traditional, you can fly through it, right? Because you're just seeing straight ahead.
Yeah.
A DDI is going to make you kind of meander a little bit. And so our design speeds drop naturally to like 25 to 35 miles an hour at the interchange, when traditionally we're going to do 45 to 55.
Oh, I like the design because of the flow. It really continues the flow.
It does. So from a pedestrian standpoint, anything's possible, obviously worst case, but these are very safe. Arguably safer than partial cloverleaf. You could Google it, you could find all kinds of literature going both directions, but that's what
because I've seen the, you look like you're in Europe, going on the left-hand side, those in there.
Yeah.
I just smile on that, because I've seen that before, and I love that, and my really main concern is because of the, we got the scooters, we got the bikes, and then we got the walker on that crossing, that thing in there, probably, I saw your design is very, very good. I think you will handle this good because of the flow.
Yep.
Really good. Thank you so much.
Of course.
Any more questions? We're good. Hey, go ahead, Chris.
I just, first of all, wanted to thank you for letting us come out here and do the presentation. Councilmember White, as you said, it was better the second time around. So, but I did want to commit to come out at least 2 more times. We'd like to come out again as the environmental document is released. We think that'd be appropriate time to brief the council at that point, and then at the conclusion of the environmental document process, we believe it'd be appropriate to come out and brief you again. At that point, Patty, would a final alternative be selected at the end of the environmental document?
At the end of the environmental, yes.
Right. And so I wanted to just reiterate, there's still many opportunities to make comments. I would encourage you to meet with the county if you have concerns in the environmental document. It probably will put you to sleep. As from a consultant having worked on them before, yes, they can be very lengthy. But I would just encourage you to meet with the county, the city, and WRCOG, and we're happy to facilitate any further meetings. But I did want to commit, we plan on coming out at least 2 more times before as this process moves forward, to make sure you're all briefed on the next steps.
Very good.
Thank you.
Hey, thank you so much.
Absolutely. Thank you.
Chris?
We'll see you. Okay, we need a motion
Wanna take this
to
off?
receive and file.
I'll move for receive and file.
I'll second.
Okay.
Councilmember Martinez, I'm sorry, let me go in order. Let me go in
Oh,
order.
no, I didn't
know.
go first. First time in 3 years.
Councilmember White,
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez.
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay, we move on. On item number 12, presentation. Comprehensive Operations Analysis Phase 2, Draft 5 Years Action Plan. Staff report, Ms. Gibbs.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I am excited to present to you the final phase of the Comprehensive Operations Analysis, the 5-year action plan. As you recall, it was roughly a year ago that City Council awarded a contract to Moore and Associates. In May of this year, Phase 1 was presented to you, and just recently in October, Phase 2 was presented to you. So tonight, Phase 3 will be discussed, and we're asking, after the short presentation, we're asking that Council discuss and direct us further on moving forward with the action plan. So with that, I'd like to introduce to you Jim Moore and Kathy Chambers from Moore and Associates.
Well, thank you, Elizabeth, and good evening, Mayor, members of council. As Elizabeth indicated, we're here this evening to present the final conclusion of this important project. It's the Transit Comprehensive Operational Analysis, which really had 2 goals. One was to conduct a objective and comprehensive assessment of the city's recent transit performance. And then secondly, to identify a series of recommendations potentially guiding the continued development of the city's public transit program across the next 5 years. Slide, please. So the 5-year action plan includes 15 service and/or program recommendations, as well as a operations and financial capital plans to support the implementation of the recommendations. Slide. It's divided into 3 phases, the short term being through the current fiscal year, running through June of next year. The second section, the midterm, being approximately an 18-month period of time, and then the long-term recommendations covering the following 30 months for about almost a full 60-month period. Slide. As council may know, the city received some CARES Act money from the federal government, as well as a waiver from Caltrans for farebox waiver through June of next year. And the city elected to use a portion of its CARES Act money to promote and allow free fare usage for all riders through at least December of this year, knowing that ridership has declined. Plus, there's a lot of members of the community who are undergoing financial challenges due to the impacts of the pandemic. So this free fare promotion will continue through at least December for the general public, for a longer period of time for seniors and persons with disabilities and veterans. And also as part of the recent developments, chiefly due to guidance from the state, as well as working within the framework of social distancing, we have postponed resumption of routes 7 and 9 for school day service. Slide. So we look at the short-term recommendations through the balance of this fiscal year, ultimately to support the return to regular pre-pandemic service, the fiscal impact being there approximately $40,000, which would require putting into place some additional or supplemental service
to allow us to continue to maintain social distancing on the vehicles, whereby we are limited the ridership to no more than 10 persons on a vehicle at any time. And then continue to work with the school district regarding a potential future resumption of routes 7 and 9. Again, the main challenge to that is, as I know council is aware, having to reduce by more than half the capacity of vehicles on routes that have historically been highly patronized. Slides. So we look at the short-term recommendations also include improving on-time performance would certainly enhance the customer experience, being able to retain not only historic customers, but hopefully be able to also increase the traditional or historic transit ridership. We're doing that by, and these are many things that have already, staff has already implemented or begin working on implementation by eliminating the midday fueling, revising the driver brake processes and some other policies has that relatively modest fiscal impact there across the next 6 months. Also improving on-time performance by adjusting and revising the schedules of the local service. That definitely does have an impact there as we put additional hours, additional time into the schedules of each of the routes, thereby improving the on-time performance. And then updating the city's bus stop placement policy, a policy determining when a bus stop would be potentially installed based on community request or when it could be potentially removed. No impact there fiscally. Looking at some midterm recommendations, as I indicated, those would go through at least an 18-month period of time there. Proposing to eliminate service to Calamasa. That's currently provided on the Commuter Link 120 service. And we feel that by eliminating that, and the ridership of folks going to Calamasa has been numerically modest. But yet when the vehicle comes off of the freeway to be able to make the stops in Calamasa, it does negatively impact all the riders on board, those that are commuting into San Bernardino. And so we felt that since there hasn't been a fiscal support for the service from Calamasa or the county, and since it really is impacting a very numerically modest number of people, that was something that we included in the midterm recommendations. Also, as council may know, the city, as a recipient of some state funding, is required to meet certain fare box standards, fare box recovery standards. That is the portion of the cost recovery that is paid through the fares of the customers. And if the city goes above the 50,000 population mark, additional requirements will come into play. So in order to do that, we propose that there be a introduction of a 20% fare adjustment on a stair-step basis or a phased-in basis, and also be tied to some service improvements so as to communicate to the customer the value that they'd be receiving before they necessarily get hit with a price increase here. Slide. This is the proposed fare schedule, and we can come back to that at the conclusion if the council wishes to talk about specifics in any of the categories. Slide. Look at them again, continue with some of the midterm recommendations, enhancing some of the commuter travel options for persons employing the Crossroads Business Park. It's very tough at this point for us to give a real firm fiscal impact. It ranges considerably, as you can see there, because it depends on the number of hours the service would operate per day and the operating days per year. And this is contingent in large part on the city receiving the requested survey or census from the employers in the area that would give us, the city, a clearer insight as to the number of persons that would potentially want to use public transit as a commute option. As council may also know, the city has been in the planning stages for developing a dedicated transit operations and maintenance center on the southern part of the town. this would be a significant move forward because right now, working out of the city center, having to share parking lots and share places for staffing, et cetera. This would allow us to have a dedicated facility. But however, the proposed site is not served by transit, hasn't been served by transit out at 4th and Veal. And therefore, we're proposing to reroute or modify the routing of Route 4 so as to be able to provide service to that new transit facility within the existing running time. Slide. Kathy, would you like to talk about these the route options here?
Sure. So on this slide, this proposes a route for the Amazon shuttle. It would actually serve the entire Crossroads Business Park. And it would offer a connection from Walmart, which is the current transfer point, and run out to the business park. And as Jim said, the cost of the service would vary depending on how many times a day it made the trip.
Thank you.
And the second map, if you look down in the lower left corner, you can see where you have this little jog that comes off of Route 4, where it would go to the new transit facility. And so you really wouldn't be losing, you'd be losing bi-directional service on one short little piece of Route 4. That section would still be served, but it would only be going one direction. So, and it would just be retimed so it would fit within the existing route time span.
Thank you. Some other midterm recommendations are to enhance connectivity with banning transit and with RTA. Talk about enhancing connectivity through schedule coordination, perhaps some fare policy coordination for transfers, et cetera. And then to begin developing and implementing a bus stop improvement plan. This could address things such as shelters, signage, seating, lighting, et cetera. Things that were identified or the outgrowth of public engagement, community engagement, our various workshops, surveys, et cetera, indicated a desire among the community and among transit riders for a more improved bus stop experience. Slide. Looking at things on a longer term, that's the final 30 months of the 5-year plan. As additional residential neighborhoods throughout Beaumont come online to plan on expanding or providing transit service into those neighborhoods. Not really sure what the fiscal impact would be because again, it depends on the level of service that would be provided in the respective neighborhood. And then to realign routes to provide time transfers to connect connections between the routes at a more central location. I mean, historically, the transfers have occurred at Walmart and San Gregorio Hospital. It's caused in some ways that those locations, while popular, but also cause a number of the riders to have to backtrack or go out of their way in order to be able to make the connections. So one option would be to utilize the Civic Center as the transfer point, rather than requiring everybody to continue to go down to the Walmart. And here's just, Kathy, you want to explain this one?
Sure. So if you look at the, it's kind of a pink star kind of on the lower left side, that's where the Civic Center is. And all the routes would meet at the Civic Center at the same time, which would facilitate transfers between routes and make transportation throughout the city a little easier. The one thing we did was we tried to make all the routes the same length so that they could operate within the same time span for one circuit of each route. And on the next page here, we've broken out the individual routes. There would be 3 separate routes, one serving the west side, one serving the south, and one serving the east. And then the Casino Morongo route would operate separately. Currently, it's kind of piggybacked onto another route. but we'd just split it out altogether because it can't really operate within the same time span as the other routes. So it's better to take it out. Jim?
Another advantage of potentially relocating out to the Civic Center would also be the availability of restrooms for drivers as well as customers. And also, we believe it would it would facilitate more effective driver breaks and changeouts and have less of an impact on the customers. Slide. So again, continue on the longer term recommendations. As with other transit operators throughout the state of California, Beaumont Transit is being strongly encouraged, if not required, to transition to an alternative fuel fleet and supporting infrastructure. When I say encouraged, it's by the continued availability or making the continued availability of funding for vehicles, et cetera. The fiscal impact there, the capital is rather significant over a multi-year period, but this is frankly a trend that is not just impacting Beaumont, but it's industry-wide. And then also as an outgrowth of our community and customer engagement processes, surveys, workshops, et cetera, the availability of predictive arrival customer-facing technology. It's a very fancy term, which means basically if you have a smartphone, being able to know the status of the bus that you're waiting for, how much longer before the bus arrives, perhaps some connecting time, etc. And here we're looking at a initial setup cost of a little under $30,000, depending upon the software program that you go with. We found in other markets throughout California that having the availability of predictive arrival information not only helps retain existing customers, but also makes transit a much more attractive travel alternative for a broader portion of the community. Slide. So Mayor and members of council, I realize that was a rather fast-paced presentation, but I thought that given the hour, that you might appreciate that rather than what we had planned for an hour and a half. Originally, Elizabeth and I had planned a 90-minute fully choreographed presentation, but we stand ready now to respond to any questions that you and the council may have.
Very good, Jim. Thanks a lot. Is there public comments on this, Nicole?
I have no written comments. Olivia, do we have anyone on the line?
There is no one on the line.
Okay, very good. Council, open for discussion, questions for Jim? Or Liz? Okay, Council Nancy Carroll, please.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to say it's an excellent presentation. And Elizabeth, you've done a great job of pulling this all together with the work of the consultants. There's a couple of embedded changes in here, which I think are extremely positive. One is the fare increase. I followed you along when you were talking about doing the fare increase, and I think that it's a sound recommendation. I also know that it's going to impact us in a positive way with the fueling changes, hopefully, going forward, and the maintenance. So I think that those are embedded changes that are going to be very positive for us in the long run. I do think that it's going to be interesting to make the adjustment to the Civic Center, but we do need to resolve the restroom breaks issue that we have, that we've kind of been doing a limp around for a while. So I think that that needs to be addressed, both for the bad weather, on time, performance, consideration of the drivers and the personnel and the passengers as well. So I think that you've put a lot of really good changes in here, working with our consultants. And thank you very much for being so thorough.
Thank you.
That's it.
Oh, okay, that's it.
Jump in.
Okay, anybody else? Council?
Sure.
Go ahead, Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara.
One of the suggestions, as far as to cover the COVID issue, was to suggest maybe like a backup dial ride or what they call sweeper buses, I guess. Do we know what that fiscal impact would be to our transit agency to add that?
Yeah. I have it here. About 40,000 approximately for 6 months.
Okay, and is that cost picked up by us on that?
It would be part of the local transportation fund, the money that comes from the state through RCTC.
Okay. And then I know that there's also a request to improve on-time performance. How do you balance that with the traffic that seems to be fluctuating from, I mean, in the morning it seems better than it does in the afternoon. So how do we incorporate that?
Jim, do you want to answer that? We talked about the impacts from the freeway.
Yes, and thank you, Councilmember Lara, for that question. What we have proposed as part of the 5-year strategic plan is to move away from a strictly clock schedule where the buses would operate on the same amount of time to make every run throughout the day part, when it is clear that the time it takes to travel along a given route varies by the time of day, based on the prevailing traffic, road conditions, etc. And so while purely from a marketing standpoint, a clock-based schedule is ideal, it does then beg the question about, are you pushing marketing, or are you really talking about being intellectually honest with your customers that sometimes the run takes 45 minutes and sometimes it takes 50 minutes.
Right.
And I think the customers are more inclined to actually appreciate being told, the realistic time that the bus is going to arrive and how long it's going to take. And again, council member, that does kind of dovetail in with one of the recommendations for the predictive arrival technology.
Okay. Thank you. That's all I have.
Okay, thank you. Council Martinez?
A couple of quick questions. In regards to the Calamasa, eliminating the Calamasa route, we also probably have an option of talking to the city about covering costs as well, I'm sure. Is that something that's an option instead of eliminating the whole route, or does it seem more cost effective just to eliminate that?
It certainly is a discussion that we can have with Calamasa. I know in years past, the answer has been no, they don't have the funding. It's certainly a conversation that we can have again.
Okay. And then in reference to the school district, we have a savings of $94,000 if we eliminate the routes. What do you think our revenue is now? Are we already operating at a loss?
We're definitely operating at a loss. Our passenger counts are down about 80% from this fiscal year compared to last fiscal year. Hence the state giving us the waiver for last fiscal year 20 and fiscal year 21. So we do have a 2-year waiver. However, that waiver will sunset June 30th. But we definitely are in the red.
And thank you. And in reference to that issue we had with Sunline with the duplicate route to Cal State, does the COA address that, or in any way mention that duplicate route on what can be done about that? Because I'm assuming we still have that issue.
We still have that issue that the COA did not address that. The Sunline has not started that route. However, it is, I did look at their website today, it is advertised as a future route. Sunline is still operating on what they call a Sunday service, a level 3 service. And so whether or not that route starts this fiscal year, it's unclear. But they do have a map with time points on their website advertised for when they get out of the level 3 service.
Okay, so the effects of that we'll have to analyze on our own?
Yes.
Okay. All right, that's all for now, Mayor. Thank you. Thank you, Elizabeth.
Very good, thank you. Council White?
Just one quick question, Elizabeth. When school is, if it ever gets back to normal, but when it was normal, were we operating in the black or the red on the school district routes?
Just on the 2 peak routes, Route 7 and 9, which Jim is specifically talking about, those 2 routes were definitely in the black. We saw record number passengers on those routes. And if you recall, Councilmember White, a couple years ago, council increased the passenger fares for students and made those equal to the general passengers. The students were no longer afforded a discount. And so that increased our revenue on those 2 routes as well.
Okay, thank you.
Very good, thank you. Hey, I got a quick, comment on the, instead of, which is very good idea. I mean, going to Walmart, instead of stop on Walmart, we're using the Civic Center. Is it the bus will be doing a bus stop right there in front of the Civic Center to get the passengers?
Yeah, Mayor, if I understand the question, yes, there is a current bus stop in front of the Civic Center.
So there'll be more on the Civic Center than the Walmart, stops. Is that correct?
Correct. Correct.
Okay.
What Jim and Kathy are proposing is that the Civic Center become the transfer point so that we don't have all of the bus routes going down to Walmart, but we would still service Walmart.
Okay.
Passengers that need to get to Walmart would transfer. The Civic Center idea is actually encouraging because, like Jim said, it has a restroom, it has a area for passengers. We have the Civic Center parking lot with the new EV charging station. There's many amenities here that already exist, as opposed to all of the buses going to Walmart. Walmart does not have restroom facilities, nor will it ever. And for drivers and passengers to have a break area, it's non-existent right now.
Very good, thank you. On one more point on this, hopefully there will be no overlapping on the Civic Center on buses in there, on your schedules.
You mean as far as
The bus
time
stop
points and transfers?
Yes.
We would schedule those appropriately so that if passengers needing to transfer, it would be seamless.
Okay, because I'm just concerned about the people will be clogging on the system on that. Also the transportation on that. Okay, very good. Okay.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Anyone? Okay, I need a motion to.
Mayor, before you
go
take
ahead.
the motion, I just want to clarify that council does not have any recommendations as far as changes to the action plan, and that all of the recommendations from Moore and Associates, we will move forward and finalize the action plan. Is that correct?
I think that's correct. Is there any
I
comment?
just
on
want to
that?
ask her a question, then if that's her,
go ahead.
her request. So Elizabeth, then, do you see anything that you disagree with that you want to bring out as a matter of point? Or are you satisfied with the way the action plan's set up?
I'm satisfied. I do feel strongly that council would need to have a discussion on a fare increase when the time comes. That would be a public hearing that we would have to have. And I think that's something that needs to be brought to council, back to council when the time is appropriate, because that will have some effect on our passenger counts, and certainly it will have a financial effect on our passengers. And so at that point, I would ask that council, and it's required that we would have a public hearing for a potential fare increase.
How about as far as, excuse me, Mayor, I'm going to continue, as far as the school district? Are you requesting that maybe we have some sort of a 2x2 set up for more discussion with the district?
Yes,
Or would that come at a later time?
that would be beneficial. The school district, I understand, is moving forward at some point with classrooms again. And we did have a meeting, the city manager, the assistant city manager, and I had a meeting with the superintendent and her cabinet. We did explain fully our reservations and our inability to provide adequate bus service to Fairway Canyon and Seneca Springs based on COVID policy of limiting buses to 10 passengers. We cannot at this point provide the level of service that those two communities dictate. And that discussion needs to continue at the elected officials level.
Okay. And as far as the Calamasa issue, what do you suggest on that? Do you suggest we continue with the notion of possible elimination to the route?
If the city manager okays it, I would recommend that we reach out to Calamasa and let them know that this is not a recommendation of our consultant, and continue discussions with them.
Okay. Very well. All right, thank you.
Very good. So I need a motion to receive and file on this.
I'll make the motion to receive and file.
I'll second that.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Okay.
Thank you.
Thank you. Let's move on. Item number 13, authorize funding to the Beaumont Chamber and negotiation of a memorandum of understanding between the City of Beaumont and Beaumont Chamber of Commerce. Staff report. Oh, that's me. Okay, here we go. Okay, on this, I'll give you a small background on this. I mean, I did presented this, back then on the last meeting. And, City of Beaumont has successfully extended its assistance to the small business community through the creation of the Beaumont Business Assistant Program, BAP, a total of 24 pandemic-impacted businesses each receive an award of $3,000 each. The City Council budgeted $141,000 for a BIP grant program on the balance of $69,000, which is the remaining balance on the grant awards. The Chamber of Commerce, which is we call a chamber, is a part of the local businesses whose mission is to promote local businesses. This agency has worked to support businesses that have suffered tremendously as a result of the COVID-19 pandemic. As a local business community has suffered, the chamber has also suffered. I appeal to this council, the City Council, to provide a helping hand by providing $25,000 in financial support in the form of city grant. This grant would be paid in 2 installments, which is $10,000 on the first payment this coming, end of this year, December 31st, 2020, and the second will be, on the following year, 2021, on the first quarter. This allocation to the chamber would be funded from the remaining BAP balance. I also propose that the city council condition any grant award on successful negotiation of the Memorandum of Understanding, MOU, with the chamber. The MOU must provide for the additional of a member of the city council, which is probably, John Pickney our city attorney will address that. Preferably the mayor as a permanent and full member of the chamber board. But I prefer to see really, the city manager or the economic development directors or designated, city staff. The fiscal year impact, the budget amendment to reallocate the 20,000 from the remaining business assistant program would be required within the general fund. This would have a net effect of $0 amount on our general fund. Now, I do recommend that the city council award a grant in the amount of 20,000 to the Chamber of Commerce with the condition that memorandum of understanding is negotiated that provides for the appointment of the Beaumont mayor to the chamber board. But the thing is, as I said, there will be, probably a brown act in here, but Todd and John will explain that on this. Before I open it to for a discussion, the city itself is we're growing mode. We need each other. I mean, we need this chamber to work together as a team. And I'm very frugal individual. Every penny I spend really counts. Again, Chamber of Commerce need a helping hand from the city council. The future can't tell, especially the present pandemic condition is increasing. Again, thank you so much, and I will open. Any public comment on this, Nicole, please?
I have no written comments. Olivia, do we have anyone on the line?
No, there is no one on the line.
Okay, it's open for discussion. Council? It's open. If not, I need a motion to approve it.
Yeah.
I'm fast.
Oh, you think it's gonna go like that? I'll raise my hand then, Mayor.
All right, I can go after if you want.
Go ahead, Council.
Okay, thank you, Mayor. So I just want to make it clear that, my comments don't reflect my dissatisfaction with the chamber in any way.
Okay.
They're a professional organization. I know many of the chamber personally, members of the chamber personally, as well as the staff. I can vouch for their dedication, their professionalism, and their goal of promoting our business in the city. So an excellent organization. So I want to preface with that. However, I do have some concerns as an elected official being fiscally responsible for our funds. So here are my concerns I just want to throw out to council. So first of all, our business assistance program is still in progress. Yes. It is very successful from what I can see, but we haven't done really any review of its effectiveness or success. I would like to have a little bit more time to look at what that program has done. And, I'm concerned with the Congress's inability to have a second stimulus package or a second stimulus package come around, that we might be going to another round of perhaps where the city might have to jump in and maybe help some of our businesses. So I'm concerned about that direction. The second concern I have is our community assistance program. We just started that. We just had our deadline pass, and we really haven't even got off to seeing, how many people are involved with that or such. And again, without a stimulus package for the country, I'm concerned about with the COVID numbers increasing and so forth, what we might be getting into. So that's another concern I have. In addition, I'm not really sure that we're ready to open the door to nonprofits yet. I'd rather look at what we've done and evaluate that and see if our businesses or community might need another help, some more help before we start going into another layer. If the council says, okay, I think this is a good idea, then I think we should also consider then, are we opening the door for other nonprofits? because it's difficult to give to one and not to give to others. So what are we going to be asking? Are we going to be asking our nonprofits to show us their financials as well, similar to what we did with the business program and so forth? So I just don't think we're at that position yet. I'm a little concerned with the timing. I'm concerned with the size of the contribution, and I'm really not sure if public funds are justified for this purpose. So those are kind of concerns I want to throw out there as we discuss. But I want to make it clear that I'm not entirely opposed to the idea at all. It's just I don't know if the timing's right, and I don't know if we just need more discussion, because I don't want to start opening the door for something that we may not be ready for without doing evaluations for what we've done already. So I just put that out there for discussion as you comment. Okay, thank you, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Mayor Pro Tem
Mayor, I agree with some of the comments that Councilmember Martinez has made, and given this some thought. With the amount of money that we have remaining, it appears as though we may have the opportunity to do another round of the BAP, the Business Assistance Program. And I think if we do that, I would not be opposed to having the chamber submit an application at that time to be considered for the $3,000 stimulus like we have for other businesses. In addition to that, what I've thought about, and I'll try to summarize this as best I can. What I think may be more prudent for us, being more fiscally responsible, is to exchange the money for services rendered. So the idea that I have is that, similar to what the city of Temecula does, which they have they call it promotional activities. So my idea is that we have maybe 2 staff members, 2 council members, and 2 chamber members sit down and develop promotional activities. For example, ribbon cuttings, business retention visits. There would be a different series of lists that the chamber could assist us with in going out and helping to support businesses. Now, the thing that the chamber would have to understand is that this would be for both member businesses and non-member businesses, because as a city, we have to support everybody, right? Mm-hmm. And so once that list is established, the chamber could take that list and do an estimate on what they think it would cost them to provide those activities for the city and our businesses. We would look at that and say, and I'm using round numbers, just say that they say it's going to cost $10,000 a year to provide the city these types of services as listed. We would be able to look at that and think about or discuss including that as an added budget item, so that we're not just doing it today, but we could actually have the ability to potentially put that in our budget for future budgets. But these would all come back to council. So the list of activities that are proposed, the estimated cost that it would be to help support the chamber in this regard, this would all come back to council for a vote and discussion. If we could afford that without impacting the services that we currently are required to provide to our constituents, and support the chamber and the city businesses with this idea, I think I'd feel more comfortable, because we're paying for an actual service that the chamber would provide for us. And some of these items the chamber is already doing, so that this would help supplement their budget as well. But the city and the city businesses would receive a benefit for that. Does that make sense? And so that's just kind of the idea that I thought if we wanted to discuss, or we could bring back as an agenda item in the future. That way, we're doing what I think you'd like to do, which is support them financially, but at the same time, the chamber provides a service to the city businesses, which I think benefits everybody all around. That's just kind of the idea I had.
Okay. Go ahead, Councilor Carroll.
I think that I can see that the chamber was negatively impacted, probably significantly, by the pandemic. And the chamber, as I understand it, one of the primary sources of income is the dues from its members that join the chamber. And so as the members suffer from the pandemic, there's probably a reduction in participation that's impacted the chamber. And there's probably certainly not a drive to get more new people into the chamber during this difficult time. So, so it's kind of the same concept, but sort of in a different way. I was thinking that if the primary problem for the chamber is that businesses can't afford to pay their dues and be as involved as they were before, and that's hit the chamber badly, and they can't drive in new people paying their dues during hard times, maybe we could consider taking the money and subsidizing the dues for the chamber for, it's probably coming around, I don't know when they send their dues out, but let's say it's coming around in January. So we could subsidize the dues for some of the existing members. I don't know the numbers, so I don't know all or some or what percentage. Or they could run a promotional program where new members are subsidized with the funds from the city grant. So that, because if that's their business, then we're kind of jump-starting their business during a difficult period when people can't pay for it by saying you're going to get your dues subsidized. And maybe there's sort of a hybrid where you can also say, and we'll do some events subsidizing also. And then come up with a plan going forward, which has a concept like what Mayor Pro Tem Laura said, where there's more of an integrated forward plan that's thought out ahead of time on how promotions or activities could be coordinated between the two that were beneficial for the businesses and beneficial for the city. Because I do agree, the money needs and the promotion needs to be available to all. It can't just be the chamber members. You know, so maybe there's a hybrid. I think it's good to consider supporting the chamber. I think they should go ahead and apply, and maybe we have other nonprofits that should be applying. But I think that and just on a minor note, if, you know, I looked at this with what could be the most negative aspect that somebody could sort of take out of this if we step forward. Well, one is that you're giving money to a chamber that basically only serves primarily serves the members. So that doesn't look good. But the other thing that may look, let's just say the optics aren't great, is I don't want to have it look like we're sort of buying a seat on the chamber by giving them money. And then do we have to give them money every year to maintain the seat on the chamber? So I want to make sure that at least we have the detail around some of that we need so that we can stand up to questioning about it and stand up to making sure that we've done the right thing with the money for the citizens as a whole. So those are my thoughts on it. Thank you.
Good. Thank you. Council White?
Yeah, sort of to bring all three of the comments together. I have a lot of concerns. Some I hadn't even thought of. One that I think is really important that Councilman Martinez brought up that I didn't even think about is a possible round 2 of the business assistance program if we are headed that way. But I'll go through my notes real quick because there's really no sort of cohesive message I'm sending here, and then I'll just finish up with some comments. First of all, not all chamber businesses are Beaumont businesses, and also not all Beaumont businesses are chamber members. So I think we're thinking about making it. I'd be concerned about gift of public funds, and also the appearance of what Councilmember Carroll brought up. You know, why are we helping some and not others? I don't think there is a need for a mandatory appointment. I've been going to chamber breakfasts for quite some time, and we've all been to all their events, and they're always really begging for for people to work and to be on their board. So I think any council member that showed an interest to them that, hey, I'd like to be on your board, they'd find a way for you to be on the board. And I am assuming this is in addition to the sponsorship of the State of the City and the installation and volunteer dinner. I do like sort of what Mayor Pro Tem Laura brought up, which is working on an agreement on events and projects that we could put together. I know that they could really benefit from staff support of some of these projects. In other words, a good example would be some of the ribbon cuttings are not, I think, as well presented as they could be. And I think we could offer that as a service. I wonder about where they would spend the $20,000. I really wouldn't want to make a grant to somebody without having an idea of where they'd want to spend it before we cut a check. And again, Julio brought up some good points about do we open this up to one nonprofit and not all nonprofits? And then again, are we subsidizing dues for only businesses in Beaumont? Because there are members of the chamber that are not Beaumont businesses. And I don't know how subsidizing the businesses is any different than just saying, here's a check. I would prefer, if we were spending money on our businesses, that would go along with what Julio brought up, is that I'd prefer to spend money on buying PPE for our Beaumont businesses to weather the next 2 or 3, whatever waves it's going to be. But finally, I think that the one comment I'd like to make that I think sort of sums up what I get from all three who've spoken before is we need to go slow on this. And this is something that we need to give some thought to and bring back in a future council meeting. I'd like to hear a lot more about what Temecula is doing and how they work together on their contract with the chamber. And I'll finish with one last thing. And before I say this, I'm going to just copy all the caveats you put as far as my opinions and position on the chamber. I enjoy going to their events. Their event on Friday was full, well packed. They always have great speakers. But there was a time before I got on council where the chamber was being funded primarily by the city. We were spending money that they were using directly for their magazine. And with that came some ties, strings attached, going both ways. And I think it was, and when we decided early on to discontinue that funding for it, it was not a political reason. It was because we didn't know how broke we were. And we just thought that was a direction. We got a lot of pushback from the chamber. And we were being held responsible for creating problems for them because they couldn't afford to do the magazine without the city doing the magazine for them. And so I just worry about having a more of a financial relationship than what we have now, which is to support, sponsor, and provide. Like I said, I like what Mike Lara is bringing up as far as a contract or an arrangement with them. Is here's the projects that we think would benefit. I mean, they could help a lot with our economic development committee. I don't know that there's a whole lot of connection between our economic development committee and chamber. I don't know if there's members in the chamber that are on the economic development. There is?
Yes, we do. We have.
Okay. So I think if we can, if we use the economic development committee as an avenue to do some of these things, I think that might be the direction to go. But, so I think that's all I have to say on that.
Very good. That's a handful for me. Go ahead.
May I
Councilor
just
Carroll?
respond?
Yeah, go ahead.
Let me clarify, the concept of the subsidy was only just one of the thoughts that potentially we could do. And when I presented that, I should have said it's Beaumont taxpayer dollars, so it should be for Beaumont businesses, of course. But the logic behind that is that the chamber, its cash generator, basically, primarily, is businesses that sign up. And that's what sloughed off during the problems. So the concept of doing the subsidy to get new people to join, new businesses in Beaumont to join, is to develop an engine that when the pandemic loosens up, that hopefully will actually, in the long term, maybe even increase their revenue and make them more robust. Because once somebody's involved with the chamber, it's the chamber's job to keep them charmed and happy enough and feeling like it's beneficial for them to continue being a member of the chamber going forward. So if we subsidize, let's say, a new business in Beaumont that couldn't afford it before or couldn't afford it during the pandemic, then potentially there's more of a, it's the old teach them how to fish, don't give them a fish, They may have more long-term revenue from that kind of a feed versus giving them a check and saying, spend it wisely, So that was the concept behind the subsidy, just for clarification.
Very good, thank you.
Mr. Mayor, I just wanted to.
Go ahead, John.
I'd like to just pass on some additional information as the council considers the item that may affect how you proceed if the council decides to do so. Under Government Code Section 54952C1B, the Chamber Board would become a Brown Act body, and they would be required to notice their meetings pursuant to the Brown Act if the city were to provide funding to the chamber and also appointed a council member to the chamber board as a voting member. So one of the comments that you made earlier, Mr. Mayor, was that one option would be to have somebody other than a council member serve on their board, such as the economic development director or the city manager. And if the council went in that direction, that would address that government code section, and it wouldn't create a Brown Act body. It's only when you have a council member that's appointed to their board and you provide funding and that council member is a full voting member of the board. Another option would be to have a council member that serves as a liaison, non-voting member of their board. So I just throw that out for consideration. And then in terms of the comments that have been made about gift of public funds, the courts generally defer to the determination made by a council on whether or not an expenditure serves a public purpose. In this case, if the council were to determine that the chamber promotes local commerce and business and serves and that this funding would serve a public purpose, that would probably satisfy that requirement. So I just impart that to the council for informational purposes.
Very good, John. Thanks. Let me, start, telling you that this proposal in here or appeal to the council, actually, it's for me, it's a one-time, appeal because of the impact of the COVID-19 pandemic in here, and they suffered a lot. I mean, our city itself suffered. I mean, that's why we used the $634,000 grant that we got from on the CARES Act, and which is very good. I mean, we utilized that really, really good. And my point on this, I mean, being serving this council is to help them on their hardship. And I'm not giving away the the asset of the city in here. I'm just like being a good citizen, a good council in here. I know I've been elected, and I'm concerned about the funding. I mean, from the beginning, from 3 years, I've been watching that, and I think we contribute that because of the we have a great council and a great, staff in here. But my point is giving a grant coming from the CARES Act. I know Councilor Julio Martinez mentioned about the nonprofit organization. This one is a different nonprofit. Who cares about the businesses in here? That's why I'm appealing to you that we need to do a business-friendly community, and we're growing, and we need to work together on this. I mean, now let me talk about the programs and everything. I'm not talking about that. That will be part of the program of between us and the chamber. And I know Mayor Pro Tem Mike Lara. That's a good idea in there. I'm not coming on that direction because pandemic, we're still away probably, hopefully within 3 months or 6 months, we're back. And I don't see that. I mean, being in the business, I don't see that. I mean, even there will be a stimulation money coming in, that will take another 3 months to be on the door of the businesses in here. Being a business person, I mean, I'm concerned on those people out there, especially Chamber of Commerce. I mean, they just let it go one of their staff. I mean, quit on that because they cannot afford another stuff on the Chamber of Commerce. I learned that, yesterday about it, and not from a chamber, I mean, from other source. So my appeal to this council is we're not giving away the money. I mean, that's why I broke it down to this coming end of the year, 10,000, and then another not fiscal year, a quarter next year is the 10,000. This is not a yearly thing that we're giving hand to our fellow Beaumont people who serve our community in here. That's why I like to see also the new entrepreneurship people joining us if we do really right on good relationship with the chamber. I'm not tied in with the chamber. I mean, I could move on. I mean, I like to build a good business relationship on Beaumont, and there's more coming in. I mean, there's a lot of inquiries. There's a lot of business people that are coming in Beaumont. It's coming from Orange County, San Diego, or I mean, LA. I mean, a good part of LA. I mean, they're here and they're shopping, and they're looking. Chamber of Commerce doesn't know this. I mean, they're asking right away, "How's your Chamber of Commerce? Does it work with you guys?" I mean, I said, "Yeah." I mean, that's the way it goes. You mentioned, Temecula. I know how Temecula works. Murrieta, Waldemar, and Menifee. I mean, they work together. They've been supported by their Chamber of Commerce. They supported by the city council, and they do contribute. Got the data from our city manager, which is also from Kyle. It's very good. I mean, they do give 100,000 a year contribution to their Chamber of Commerce, and then even Banning, the small one on Banning, they do give 4,500 every year. I should not say they're small, but they work together now with us. I mean, I work with them. I mean, I have a good communication with Mayor Daniela. I mean, and then Mayor Bill Davis. I mean, we're working together on this. I mean, their chamber is being supported by the city council, and I'm not asking for a yearly thing in here. I need an emergency money to survive the Chamber of Commerce, and hopefully, you will consider that. That's why I presented the MOU, which is the moratorium of understanding, so we could put together our thoughts and ideas and then present it to them. But the thing is, we have to approve and this good good ethical thing that we will extend our help to Chamber of Commerce. I hope you take the pictures in there, and I'm not just like Julio Martinez said, I'm not against to anybody, but I'm here to help. That's the reason I volunteer here in City of Beaumont, is to help. So other than that, I thank you, and probably there will be no motion on this. So can I do a motion here, John? And then I like to know who, and on the record, I will be rejected or not.
Yes, you can do a motion.
Thank you, sir. Okay, I'll do a motion to the council to award a grant in the amount of $20,000 to the Chamber of Commerce Beaumont, with the condition that a moratorium of understanding is negotiated that provides for the appointment of the Beaumont, not the mayor anymore, is the city staff or city manager, especially the I would say economic development, to the chamber board. That's my motion. Okay, there's no second on the motion, so we move on.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion.
Yes, okay, go ahead.
I'd like to move that we explore the concept that Mike Lara suggested, and that we bring this back for discussion at a future council meeting again.
Okay.
I'll second.
Sure.
Just all Mr. Lara and maybe Ms. Carroll's idea, just so we can discuss everything further, and we can start throwing things out if we don't, but at least we have it in our discussion. I don't want to limit it just to one. So.
Oh, no, I'm sorry. I'd like to add.
All options.
Good point. All options. Okay. Yeah, let's have further discussion on all the parts that we talked about tonight, because I'm not ready to give this up, and I think there's a way that we can help and support the chamber. I may not be looking at a one-time support like you are, because I think there is a benefit from cities working with their chambers. I just want to go slow and do this in a responsible way.
I'll second the amended motion.
Oh, wait, go ahead.
Can I just make a comment on the motion? I don't want to hold it up, but I think that it's good to have further discussion on it. In the past, we've heard comments from the public like, we spend money to just have parties or events or whatever. So I think a more judicial discussion on how to do it the most effectively is good follow-up. And if we do that, then I want to support the motion. You second it, but it has my support.
Did you get that, Todd? Very good. Thank you.
I'll do a roll call if you're ready.
Yeah, go ahead.
Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll?
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara?
Yes.
Mayor Santos?
Yes. Okay. Item number 14, approval of city attorney invoices for the month of October 2020. John?
Yes,
Recusing
because this
yourself?
matter involves my law firm, I'm going to recuse myself and request that the city clerk, if she can, put me in a waiting room.
Very good. Thank you.
Okay, he's in the waiting room.
Oh, okay. Go ahead, Todd.
Mayor Council, you have the SB.
Mayor, I'd like to make a motion to approve the invoices in the amount of $64,794.70 for the city attorney invoices for the month of October. Sorry.
I'll second.
He prepared it, everything, bro.
We still need to see that.
Was there a second?
Yes.
Go ahead.
Thank you. Councilmember White?
Yes.
Councilmember Martinez?
Yes.
Councilmember Carroll,
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem Lara,
Yes.
Mayor Santos.
Yes. Okay, thank you. Now, legislative updates and discussion. Kyle.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. Tonight
Good
before
evening.
you is the legislative update for the last couple weeks or so. A lot of movement is occurring at the federal level, as we know, as a result of the election. More interesting enough is that the government funding for the federal government is set to run out on December 11th. So Congress is looking at appropriations and spending bills in order to keep the government running. So we're going to keep an eye on that. As of Friday, the two sides of the aisle in Congress were working on that Phase 4 COVID negotiation in terms of the relief bill. Things were going, what I would say, more positive than in the past. But as of today, it seems like both sides are still at an impasse. Some of the serious disagreements or sticking points between the two sides are price tags, so the total funding available within the Phase 4, liability protections, and help or aid for state and local governments. And then yesterday, as you most likely know, Governor Newsom in the state of California issued new state protocols for the county's tier system, and the state moved a significant amount of the counties back to the purple widespread COVID tier, representing 94% of the state's population being back within that purple tier. One of the most significant features of the new protocols is the fact that if counties move up or down in those tier levels, businesses only have really one day or effective immediately the protocols given under each tier, where previously it was a 72-hour grace period or window to implement the different protocols required in each phase. Now businesses must adapt almost immediately towards what needs to be done under their colored tier system. And that concludes my report for tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Kyle. Questions? Anything additional? Go ahead, Todd.
One additional thing. So I sent out to council, I guess, Monday, a draft letter, I guess a form letter that was being forwarded, I think, out of communities out of Orange County, requesting that SCAG convene another closed session to discuss potential litigation regarding the RENA program. So my question for council is whether or not I could get a consensus as to whether the city council would like us to forward a support letter making that request that a closed session be scheduled as quickly as possible. I'd like to turn it over to the mayor. We discussed this issue a little bit. He's
Yeah.
intimately familiar with his role there with the SCAG board. So, Mayor, thank you.
Yeah, okay. On that request, let me give you a background on the SCAG, especially the regional council on this. The RENA has been approved, actually presented last June, way back then, last year, and, has been presented last January of 2020. And then what happened on that, there was an approval on that last September, and then October reviewed. And now, because of the allocation of RENA, and I will jump in back a little bit. I mean, on the allocation on this, we have, I think, it's 4,200 allocation for 8 years, which is, compared to original allocation of last June was 6,400 on this. On our, I'm talking about only our city. I mean, if not, and then during that time, Rusty Bailey, who's the mayor of Riverside, he's very good. I mean, I do always talk to him, and we formulated another formula to do a recalculation of the arena. And then the SCAG, people accepted that kind of formula. They did a work on that. That was back in January and February, and then that's why they issued that back in May this year, and it came out to us instead of 6,400, we got 4,200. And then back on the arena, they call it cycle 5, and now we're in cycle 6. And the cycle 5, we were allocated around 5,500 units on this, and then now because of the new calculation and everything has been approved, everything down to 4,200. Now the Orange County people jump in. Actually, most of the council of this group approved the original allocation, but there's 2 or 3 that are member of the of the SCAG who's from Orange County didn't agree on that. They make an appeal. And I mentioned this to Todd. That's the thing I like on the here in our country is the democracy. I mean, we always listen to the whoever making an appeal on this approval instead of implementation and everything. Everybody hold up, and there was a vote. There was a vote on that back in again on November 5th, and there was 48 out of 52 on the district on this. So when I say district, it consists of 191 cities on that, and we're District 5, which is 5 cities included in District 5 on here. So anyway, back on that. I mean, we now the Orange County people is sending this letter to the city managers, and I was surprised on that when I saw that they blitzed the whole city manager in Southern California, which is very good. I mean, they doing their due diligence and everything. They're how can they do an appeal? Actually, on November 5th, we voted to have an appeal hearing for for all the public hearing on this. Again, I'm really glad that we're in the United States, the democracy in there. Even you're against, everybody listen, and on this, what will happen? So the timeline on this. Part of the December, there will be another meeting on that orientation on the 10th, and then the 21st of the December, there will be a start of the meeting of the council with the Orange County people. Now, on the whole month of January, there will be a 10 hearing on this appeal hearing. That will happen on that month to listen all the complaints or appeal on this approval on this. So let me give you the allocation on this. LA County on Eric Garcetti didn't even budget in on having a allocation of almost 600,000 because they're big city. Beverly Hills, they don't even budge on that. Most of the cities in LA, they don't. Why? What's the reason on that? They said they need it. They need more units in there, but they're allocating it and they're building it as a units on that. So hopefully, it will not happen to us because we're lower. I mean, a lower allocation. So Banning has a heavy allocation of 3,000, on that allocation is more manageable on this. So in Orange County, they got the load, but LA County, they have most of the load on this RENA allocation. So that's why I told Todd, this is the history and everything. I cannot do an update yet on the newsletter and everything. The reason is has been approved, and then there's an appeal on that. So there's not really a full to me, it's not a full disclosure on the what's going on SCAG and RENA on this. So that's why again, not appeal, giving you an update, it's up to you. I told Todd on this, I'm a very straightforward person, that I will not, agree on their, on the support of their appeal on this arena. Why? Because it benefits us on the, here in the city of Beaumont, Calamasa, Hemet, San Jacinto, and Banning. So that's the thing that I'd like to share with you guys. So
Mayor, may I ask a question?
yes, sir.
What would be the point of the closed session that the letter is requesting?
So based on how the letter was drafted, it is a request for a closed session to revisit a prior SCAG board action not to file a lawsuit to oppose the RENA program. So this is now a request to call a special closed session meeting to revisit that question. And for our perspective, when SCAG opened the opportunity to file an appeal to the RENA process and the updated RENA number, we chose not to appeal it because we felt like the new calculation for the next 8-year period was more beneficial to us because it lowered the amount of units that we would have to accommodate. And we were concerned about what happens with regard to, number one, how real or how much based in reality the RENA calculations really are. The premise is that the 3.5 million new units statewide to be implemented over the next 8 years is an unrealistic number that's not really based in any factual basis. It's kind of a grab number based on how many homes are needed to support business activity in the state. So, and to try to push housing costs down. So anyway, so we decided the new calculation was better for us than it was. We did not appeal. The SCAG board said, hey, we've got a process here. We're not going to file litigation. And we're going to continue to carry some public meetings that provide for people to continue to provide alternative viewpoints, I guess, and information with regard to their RENA implication.
So I'm still trying to understand, the closed session then would be discussing avoiding the appeal, or?
No, I think that the closed session is to discuss filing suit to oppose the RENA program.
The RENA program in totality,
In
regardless
totality.
of, and it would not have an impact, the decisions coming out of the closed session would not have an impact on our RENA assignment. We wouldn't be getting ourselves into a point where they're gonna reassign us a higher number.
That will happen, and that they will reassess us and reallocate that if they do come out with that. But I doubt it, because the majority is on not going to their direction.
Yeah, it sounds like you have a minority of cities that were not satisfied with how the RENA process went into its 6th iteration. And they're requesting all the cities reconvene and discuss the question with regard to litigation potentially and appealing the RENA program in its totality.
And one last question, Mayor. Are you in support of sending the letter to request what?
No,
You are not. And are
I'm
you?
not.
I really don't have a position on it, so it kind of comes forward. I think RENA is where it is, and I think it's a legislative issue. We know there's going to be housing legislation that's going to come forward. I have made requests through Aaron Sass with the league to see if we can open up a conversation with local officials and our elected representatives in the Senate and the Assembly in Sacramento, so we can talk about housing, we can talk about what's really going on in reality with regard to the housing markets, and what some of these mandates are doing. The premise that I've always taken is what we had discussed here. We're not opposed to coming up with an affordable housing program for the state of California. And we understand how important and vital it is for the continued economic growth and prosperity of the entire state of California. But the broad brush approach and the mandates that have been coming down don't make sense. Plus, we've been skirting with the issue of having penalties being imposed on cities when in reality, a lot of the whole housing initiative and mandates that are coming down are beyond our control. We have projects that are entitled that already have certain allowances. We have utility systems that many cities don't own or even control that actually have no responsibility or accountability for meeting any of these mandates. So we're stuck with it in a situation we may not even be able to control the ability to acquire water. Heck, the state, look at Beaumont in our area, we're in an adjudicated basin. So we're limited on how much water we can even store in our own basin and produce. So there's a lot of factors out there that are competing with the mandates that are coming down. And so, those are the types of things, the conversations we need to have. So I think picking at RENA is a symptom, or is a treatment in search of a symptom, so to speak. And so, I think our interest and hopefully the interest that we can generate some momentum is, can we please have a conversation and talk about it? How can we legitimately across the state really affect this? And it's different region to region. And I'll be honest, the feedback I'm getting thus far is, well, it's complicated, Todd, and there's just a lot of reasons why we really don't think we can get traction to have this conversation. It's like, well, we have to have it. We have to keep asking for the conversation. Anyway, so I'll get off my soapbox. So.
Okay. So we're just being asked to give some direction at this point, or we're not being
Yes,
asked
sir.
anything?
Yeah.
Okay.
Correct. So just looking for a direction from council, a consensus, whether you guys are comfortable with us supporting or not supporting their request to call that special session, that special closed session of the SCAG board.
I don't support it.
or not? Okay, thank you. Got the general. Thank you. Okay. Council reports. Council.
Nothing to report.
Nothing to report. Mayor Pro Tem Lara.
Yes, real quick, I just want to thank citizens of Beaumont that participated in the Stuff the Bus program that was done Saturday, and also would like to thank the city staff that participated, along with the city staff brought some of their family members to help collect some of the food and hand out the flyers. In addition to that, I really want to thank also city staff that stepped up to provide food donations so that we could hold the Thanksgiving dinner. They covered everything that was needed, with the exception of the turkeys, which they're looking to get donated. But city staff covered all the donations that were necessary to put these meals together. So I just wanted to give them a special thanks for stepping up like they do each and every year. That's all I have, Mayor.
Very good. Thank you. Council Martinez.
No report, Mayor.
Thank you. Council White.
In the RCTC meeting last week, the RCTC approved the merging, I don't know if that's the right word.
You don't
but
like that
the absorbing, the taking over, whatever you want to call it, of the RCA.
Oh.
So there will still be an RCA board. RCA board will still be making all the decisions for RCA, and no one really knows how it's all going to play out. I think the funding is still up in the air. Everyone says RCA is going to pay for everything that they're supposed to pay for, and RCTC is going to hire new staff, and it just, I think it was, we learned, I think Councilmember Martinez was way ahead of this more than I was, which is that it was sort of a direction that came down from the county supervisors, that it would make the county more, it would save the county some money. And the county is, what, $40 million deficit, I heard? So, the case that it would save them money, I think was made. And I think that's why we went in that direction. But it's sort of silly, I think, but.
So RCA has a new place to nest. You see what I did there? See how I rolled that in there?
The species
What
will
was the
continue,
species
though.
for the month?
I assume that's gonna continue.
The species of the month
You'll
is.
take care of it?
I'll do it, yeah. The species of the month is the RCA board.
RCA.
So you say the RCA's been relocated to a new habitat?
Yes.
Oh, it's gone the way of the dodo. We're getting extinct more and more, so.
That's my report.
Okay, thank you. Nothing to report, so economic development update. Kyle or Todd? Kyle's there?
Mayor and Council, I do not have an update. We did not have a Economic Development Committee meeting in November, but we will be having one on December 9th.
December 9. Very good. Thank you. City Treasurer report.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. We
hi,
did
Barry.
have our Finance and Audit meeting last week. We did go over the first quarter finances, and things look on a positive line, especially when you hear that our general fund sales and property taxes appear to be trending a little ahead of what was initially forecasted. And on the wastewater, we're on target with the revenue, but it looks like some of our expenses, there's some savings there. So very nice financial information for the first quarter. The other thing we did, it's one of the continuing projects that the board assigned us to do. We will be getting involved in the RFP for a potential investment advisor for the city. And 3 of the members of our committee will work with the finance director and his staff to put the RFP together and work through the process similar to what we did with the auditors. And that's all I have.
Very good, Barry. Thank you. City Clerk report. Steve?
Happy Thanksgiving, no report.
Okay. Thank you. City Attorney report. John?
Nothing this evening, Your Honor.
Thank you. City Manager report. Plenty.
Oh, my. I just, there you go. Thank you for a couple minutes here. So I just want to appreciate all my Raider fan friends for their humility and support, and those that support a very losing team. My mask is a Bronco mask, and it does smell like death. I won't lie. It just smells pretty bad. So that concludes my report.
That's a long one. I mean, future agenda items. Any?
I have one that I do every 2 years, so I'm going to do it again this 2 years. And I think that we need to once again revisit our sign ordinance for campaign signs. So I'd like to get that on the new agenda after the election's been certified and all of that. So
signage. Okay. Okay, very good. So our next meeting will be December 1st. Whew. And I adjourn at 10:01. Thank you, guys.
Good night.